Chapter 1350 I'll repay you today. The Yang clan? Yang Yi felt nothing towards that name. As for acknowledging his ancestry, had never thought of that. He was living fine and well now, so why return to the Yang clan? For others to look down on him? He wasn't an idiot. As for the power and authority he would gain, it had nothing to do with him as well. Because no matter how great it was something the Yang clan gave, and if the Yang clan didn't like him one day, then they could take back all of it at will. Only his own strength was the most reliable and the best choice. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and sped up towards Sword God Island. As he grew closer to it, the pressure grew stronger. In the end, Yang Yi had no choice but to utilize rebirth rank sword intent to resist it, and it made his expression grow even more serious. A long time passed before Yang Yi arrived at Sword God Ocean, and he immediately headed for Blind Maiden's wooden house. At this moment, it had been transformed into bits of wood. Yang Yi's face fell at the sight of this, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he looked up at the sky. He didn't hesitate to shoot up into the sky. As he went higher, the pressure he experienced grew heavier, and it even came to the point that his rebirth rank sword intent could only barely resist it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive high above in the sky, and he saw Blind Maiden. Besides her, he saw a dragon. A black dragon. A huge black dragon was above her. Only its head could be seen, and its body was hidden within the black layer of clouds in the sky. Even then, just the head it revealed shocked Yang Yi. How huge was it? It was indescribable. Or to put it in simpler terms, just a single whisker on its head was larger than him. Blind Maiden was tiny like an ant before the black dragon. Needless to say, it was quite an amusing scene. Blind Maiden looked up at the black dragon and said, "You're finally willing to show yourself after hiding for so long? Woman!" The black dragon glared angrily at Blind Maiden. "You trapped me for thousands of years, and I'll repay you 100-fold for that humiliation." As soon as it finished speaking, the black dragon's head dived down in Blind Maiden's direction. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of worry appeared in them. Even though Blind Maiden was extremely strong, the strength that the black dragon revealed was extremely terrifying as well. So, could she resist it? Blind Maiden's expression remained unchanged as she slowly stretched her right hand forward, and then pushed it lightly in the black dragon's direction. An invisible wave of force surged out from her palm. In an instant, the space before her rippled like a pool that had been struck by water, and the ripples overlapped with each other as they surged towards the black dragon. It didn't take long for the ripples to collide with the black dragon. Bang! The entire expanse of space there shook violently while a rumbling explosion that sounded like a thunderclap resounded in Yang Yi's ears, causing sharp pain to come from his eardrums. Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly utilized his sword intent to protect himself. Roar! Suddenly, the black dragon's furious roar resounded. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the black dragon had returned to where it was just a moment ago, and the scales on its head had even cracked open. Blind Maiden clenched her fist slowly. A terrifying aura swept out from her, and even space trembled violently before it. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly moved far away. He had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the black dragon and Blind Maiden. Their strength had absolutely surpassed the semi-deity realm, and it could be said that Nya Wuming who'd attained the semi-deity realm wasn't on the same level as them at all. The black dragon stared fixedly at Blind Maiden. Besides viciousness, there was seriousness in its eyes as well. It remained silent for an instant before its figure suddenly shook, and a dragon claw emerged from the black clouds in the sky. The claw was huge like a mountain, and it slammed down towards Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden seemed extremely tiny before the huge dragon claw. If one didn't look carefully, it would be utterly impossible to notice her, because the black dragon's claw was truly too huge. However, she had an extremely calm expression on her face when facing that enormous black dragon. When it arrived around 300 m away from the top of her head, Blind Maiden stretched out her hand again, and her palm was facing upwards. In an instant the space before her palm started to warp strangely, and then a translucent white hand made out of energy flashed out from there. The hand shot straight up into the air and slammed against the huge dragon claw. Yang Yi frowned because the energy hand was quite strange. Space seemed to undergo a change wherever it passed, and it was slightly similar to Nie Wuming's attack from before, but it was slightly different at the same time. But he couldn't put a finger on exactly what the difference was. Meanwhile, the white energy hand slammed against the huge dragon claw. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the sky shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. As for the huge dragon claw, it had shrunk back into the black clouds. But the energy hand hadn't vanished, and it shot up into the clouds without slowing down at all. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded in the clouds, and then the black dragon's figure trembled violently. Yang Yi noticed that there was a trace of pain in the black dragon's enormous eyes. However, it only took an instant for that pain to be transformed into ferocity. After that, a huge dragon tail emerged from the clouds. Yan Yi's expression changed when he saw the dragon tail. It was covered in ink-black scales, and even space warped before it. At the same time, a wave of terrifying pressure and aura assaulted his face, causing him to feel suffocated. He hurriedly moved around 3 kilometers back while Rebirth Rank Sword Intent surged out madly. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden frowned slightly when the dragon tail appeared. At the same time, the black dragon suddenly roared with fury, and the tail swept down towards Blind Maiden. Bang! Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. Blind Maiden frowned slightly at the sight of this. She twisted her right hand slightly and tapped her finger towards the tip of the tail. A beam of energy surged out from her finger, and it instantly collided against the black dragon's tail. Bang! The beam of energy shattered while the dragon's tail trembled intensely, and even the scales on it had cracked apart, causing blood to seep out from between the cracks and rain down to the ground. However, the tail didn't stop and swept towards Blind Maiden without even slowing down. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly surged out from Blind Maiden's body. After that, she transformed into a ray of light that shot up towards the black dragon. Bang! Roar! An explosion and a howl of pain resounded high above in the sky. Yang Yi watched as the black dragon's tail seemed as if it had been electrocuted and instantly shrunk back into the black clouds. As for Blind Maiden, she was falling towards the ground. Yan Yi's expression changed at the sight of this, and he was about to lend her a hand. However, the ray of falling light suddenly stopped, and it didn't take long for it to disperse and reveal Nether Maiden's figure. At this moment, besides a slightly pale countenance, there was nothing wrong with her at all. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and he got ready to lend her a hand. He hadn't done anything just now because he didn't know the black dragon's strength. So, attacking rashly may not even help Blind Maiden, and it would cause trouble for her instead. Now that he had gained a certain level of understanding towards the black dragon's strength, he knew that while the black dragon was formidable, he could still fight it with the assistance of the sword's spirit. Right when Yan Yi was about to attack, Blind Maiden's voice suddenly arose in his mind. "This is my own business. I'll deal with it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly shot up into the air. After that, countless rays of light appeared here. These rays of light transformed into pillars of light that shot towards the black dragon in the sky. Roar! The black dragon's furious howls resounded from within the clouds, and then the clouds started to tremble. It didn't take long for the clouds to be obliterated, and then the black dragon dived down towards Blind Maiden. Yan Yi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Blind Maiden when he saw the black dragon's entire body. It was too huge. He knew no words that could describe how enormous it was. "How old is that fellow?" Meanwhile, explosions resounded incessantly in the distance. Countless beams of light were being shattered, and even space was being shattered into pieces. Blind Maiden and the black dragon were fighting within a black hole. Ordinary cultivators would be utterly incapable of remaining in a black hole for too long because it possessed a devouring force that ordinary experts found difficult to resist. But Blind Maiden and the black dragon were no ordinary experts. Because their battle was too intense, Yang Yi couldn't help but retreat over and over again. At this moment, Head moved around 30 kilometers back. Yang Yi stared fixedly into the distance. The ancient sheath was in his left grasp, and the sword precursor was sheathed within it. At the same time, his profound energy was circulating madly. He was accumulating strength and waiting to attack. So long as Blind Maiden was in danger, he would act immediately. Even though that would offend the Black Dragon, he would still do it even if there were 10 Black Dragons there. Blind Maiden wasn't just Nether Maiden's third sister, he owed her as well. It could be said that if she hadn't helped him during those 2 prior incidents, he would probably be dead right now. So, how could he stand by idly if she was in danger? Yang Yi stared fixedly at the distant battle while the ancient sheath trembled violently in his grasp. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A huge finger suddenly emerged from below, and it was extremely swift to the point that Yang Yi hadn't even been able to react before it slammed against the flowing ray of light that Blind Maiden had transformed into. Bang! The ray of light was instantly obliterated, and then Blind Maiden was blasted far away. It didn't take long for her to stop herself, and a wisp of scarlet red could be seen on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a voice slowly resounded here. It has been thousands of years. Blind Maiden, I destroyed the Sword God's palace all those years ago, yet you took advantage of the situation and took the stellar sword diagram in the end. Now, it's time to hand it over. Chapter 1351 Just run if you really can't. The one who destroyed Sword God's palace was here. Moreover, Yang Yi felt that Head even met that person. Because the voice he heard was truly too familiar. Yang Yi turned around and looked towards the distance. The space there suddenly cracked open, and then a gray-robed old man walked out from within it. Yang Yi's pupils constricted at the sight of the old man. It was Jian Su. The old man before him was Jian Su. How could this be possible? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Jian Su was the mysterious expert who destroyed Sword God's palace? Meanwhile, Blind Maiden gazed at Jian Su and said, After hiding for thousands of years, you're finally willing to show yourself? Jian Su spoke indifferently. Didn't you seize the stellar sword diagram all those years ago to make me show myself? Blind Maiden nodded and said, Both of you are here now, so let's resolve everything today. As soon as she finished speaking, the space around her suddenly started to tremble. There's something I don't understand. Meanwhile, Jian Su suddenly said, Blind Maiden, according to my knowledge, there's no connection between you and the Sword God's palace, and there's no relationship between you and Jian Wuji as well. So, why are you taking revenge for the Sword God's palace? I've thought about it throughout these years but have never figured it out. Could it be that you're really doing this for that insignificant outer court disciple? As soon as Jian Su finished speaking, Yang Yi noticed Blind Maiden's expression instantly turned cold, or it should be called quite ferocious. At the same time, monstrous killing intent appeared out of nowhere. This seemingly solid killing intent was extremely terrifying, and even someone like Yang Yi who'd comprehended void rank's slaughter intent was almost affected by it. Looks like it's the truth. Jian Su chuckled and waved his right hand slightly. A translucent circle of light swept out from him, and then the killing intent around him instantly vanished without a trace. After that, he gazed at Blind Maiden and said, I never expected an expert at your level to actually trap yourself here for so long, just for the sake of an insignificant outer court disciple of Sword God's palace. You really were love-struck. Blind Maiden clenched her fists tightly. It has been so long. It's time you have your release, and I should have mine as well. Let's put an end to it today. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Jian Zu's mouth. We really should. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying strand of sword intent surged out explosively from within him, and then Yang Yi's expression instantly changed drastically. The quasi-returnal rank. Jian Zu's sword intent was actually at the quasi-returnal rank. Blind Maiden frowned slightly, but it didn't take long for her brows to relax. No wonder you dared to show yourself. So you attained quasi-returnal rank sword intent. The quasi-returnal rank? Jiansu chuckled. For now. It'll be at the true eternal rank soon. Blind Maiden didn't say anything, and she was about to attack instead. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared by her side, and she frowned when she noticed his arrival. You're no match for them, Yang Yi replied. It's too unfair if they fight you 2-on-1. Even though her strength was heaven-defying, had realized that while she would definitely win in single combat against the dragon or Jiansu, she would definitely have no chance to win in a 2-on-1 battle. So, he had to step forward. Don't be anxious, you won't be able to escape as well. Meanwhile, Jianzu's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, Actually, you've truly surprised me. I'm extremely surprised. I have to admit that since my senior brother, Jian Wuji, your natural talent really is the best in the history of Dark Hell Continent. No, I should say that your natural talent has surpassed my senior brother. Your senior brother? Yang Yi glanced at Jiansu. Jian Wuji was your senior brother. Are you that surprised? Jiansu smiled. Yang Yi, I actually really admire you. Especially the way you do things. I think that a person like you is what a true sword cultivator is like. As for my senior brother, he stubbornly adhered to outworn ideas. Righteousness? Justice? I hate all that nonsense of his. Yang Yi said. So you destroyed his sword god's palace? Of course I did. Jiansu had a ferocious expression on his face. He was always there to push me down while he lived. Everything good in the sword god's palace was his to use first. Everyone knew about him, Jian Wuji, yet no one knew about me, Jiansu. Fine, my strength was inferior to his, so it's normal for all the good treasures like the sword god's seal to be his. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Since you understand, then why did you destroy sword god's palace? Jianzu's face grew even more vicious. Everything within the sword god's palace was his while he lived, and I accepted that because I was weaker. However, sword god's palace should have been under my control once he died, and the sword god's seal should have been mine. However, do you know what his will was? He willed that I, Jiansu, shouldn't be allowed to control sword god's palace, and the sword god's seal and stellar sword diagram shouldn't fall into my hands. He didn't want me to find out the secrets of the sword domain, and he didn't want me to surpass him one day. Ha! Jiansu gradually grew insane as he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at Jiansu, touched the sword god's seal on his forehead, and said, You made me head to sword god's palace to make me get the sword god's seal? Because you'll be able to attain true eternal rank sword intent once you have it, right? You're very smart. Jiansu smiled. Actually, I just wanted to give it a try. Because that woman by your side hates sword cultivators to the bone. But I never expected you to actually go there and bring the sword god's seal back. You truly surprised me. Of course, I felt even more pleasantly surprised. However, the greatest pleasant surprise I got was that the sword god's seal had actually destroyed its own consciousness. Ha! Even the heavens were helping me. After all, it would be very troublesome to subdue it if its consciousness was still intact. Yang Yi glanced at Jiansu and said, I still don't understand something. I got the sword god's seal a long time ago, and your strength far surpasses mine. So why didn't you seize it? He didn't dare to. It was Blind Maiden who spoke. Your strength isn't weak. He would have to expose his true strength in order to take it from you. So long as he did, I would find out immediately. The only reason he has dared to show himself now is because that demonic dragon has recovered from its injuries and grown much stronger. Jiansu laughed coldly. It's not too late to take it now. Yang Yi gazed at Blind Maiden and laughed bitterly. Would I be putting you in deep trouble if he gains the sword god's seal? Blind Maiden was frank. Yes. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He looked up at the dragon in the sky and said, Both of them were no match for you all those years ago, so why didn't you kill that big fellow? Blind Maiden pondered deeply for a moment before she said, It hid deep down at the bottom of the ocean. I wouldn't be able to kill it if I fought it within the ocean. Moreover, if we did fight there, the ocean water here would flood the continent. Besides that, the core of the earth would explode apart as well. At that time, Dark Hell Continent would vanish completely. This is his home, and I don't want it destroyed. Yang Yi nodded. Indeed, if Blind Maiden and the dragon didn't fight high above in the sky, their strength was entirely capable of obliterating the entire continent. Suddenly, Jian Su looked up at the dragon and said, "Keep that woman busy. Just around 10 minutes will be enough." "All right." As soon as the dragon finished speaking, its claws shot down from above and clawed at Yang Yi and Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and said, "How long can you hold on for?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Blind Maiden and asked, "How long do you need to deal with that big fellow?" Blind Maiden replied, "I don't know as well." Yang Yi was speechless. Blind Maiden patted him lightly on the shoulder and said, "If you really can't hold on, then run. I won't blame you for doing that." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. "Run?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Would Jian Su let him run? Definitely not. Of course, Jian Su might let him run away if he handed the Sword God's seal over obediently. But if he did that, wouldn't it be equivalent to coming here and causing trouble for Blind Maiden? Moreover, the Sword God's seal belonged to him now. So, give it away? Impossible. Based on my understanding of you, you will definitely not just hand it over to me. So, I'll get it myself. Jian Su walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Every single step he took was accompanied by a strand of sword intent that surged out from within him. The sword intent didn't attack Yang Yi and just surged around Yang Yi, and they surrounded him. Obviously, Jian Su was worried that Yang Yi would flee. Even though he could catch up to Yang Yi, it would be a waste of time. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Once the quasi-returnal rank sword intent arrived around him, his own sword intent retreated and stopped right in front of him. However, his sword intent hadn't shrunk back into his body. Sword intent had a consciousness as well, and it was very well aware of Yang Yi's temper. If it didn't even dare to face Jianza's sword intent, then Yang Yi might ignite his sword intent and burn it away again. After all, Yang Yi had done that on Sword God Mountain. It was fine to be no match for something, but it was an embarrassment to not even dare to try and fight. That was something that Yang Yi refused to tolerate as well. So, even if Jianza's sword intent was stronger than Yang Yi's sword intent, it still didn't shrink back into his body. It didn't take long for Jian Su to arrive around 30 m away from Yang Yi, and he said, "The Sword God's seal can improve one's sword intent. Aren't you going to improve yours? If you don't, then the suppressive effects of my sword intent will cause you to be unable to fight back against me. Right?" Yang Yi looked up at the sky. At this moment, Blind Maiden was clearly not holding back, and the entire sky was covered in flowing rays of light. At this moment, the Black Dragon's enormous figure had become a living punching bag, and it was completely suppressed before Blind Maiden's frenzied attacks. The Black Dragon's defeat was only a matter of time. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he looked up at Jian Su. "Everyone says that I'm the #1 sword cultivator of the continent. Actually, you are the best. Come, let me see how strong Jian Wuji's former junior brother is." Jian Su glanced at the ancient sheath in Yang Yi's grasp and nodded. "Then bring it on! Bring it on!" As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and drew it. Chapter 1352 Because of his sword. Chapter 1352 Because of his sword. How could Yang Yi dare to act carelessly when facing quasi-returnal rank sword intent? He'd immediately executed the true form of Heaven Rend. Oem! A sword howl suddenly resounded through the air, and then a dazzling beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath. Space was instantly torn open like paper, and the space in an area of thousands of kilometers around the sword energy started to crack apart at this moment. Jian Su had a solemn expression on his face when Yang Yi drew the sword precursor from the ancient sheath. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't qualified to fight him. Even if he didn't possess quasi-returnal rank sword intent, Yang Yi was still no match for him. However, he didn't underestimate Yang Yi. Why? Because of the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. The combination of sword and sheath had transcended all ranks of quality. It was in existence on the level of the stellar sword diagram. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was a sword cultivator and possessed the sword god's seal, how could Jian-Su dare to underestimate Yang Yi? Simply speaking, while Yang Yi's cultivation and strength were inferior to him, Yang Yi's equipment were great. Yang Yi's equipment was almost heaven-defying. Jian-Su didn't dare act carelessly. In an instant, a strand of terrifying sword intent appeared out of thin air before him, and then the space around him suddenly started to tremble violently. A moment later, countless golden swords of light shot out from the space around him, and they formed a dense rain of swords that rained down at Yang Yi's attack. Even though all of these golden swords of light were formed from energy, they were practically solid as they were enhanced by quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Every single one of them contained extremely terrifying destructive energy. Bang! 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 It didn't take long for numerous deafening explosions to resound, and then the space around Yang Yi and Jian-Su cracked apart. In an instant, the space in an area of 5,000 kilometers around them had shattered into bits. An expanse of pitch black surrounded them. That wasn't the end of it. Countless rays of sword energy were shooting incessantly through the pitch-black expanse of space, causing even the black hole to tremble. Just like that, around 20+ breaths of time passed, and then everything slowly returned to normal. Even space returned to normal. Yang Yi and Jian-Su were standing facing each other, and there was around 3 kilometers between them. After a few moments of silence, Jian-Su's chest suddenly cracked open, and countless strands of blood sprayed out from there. But it didn't take long for the injury on his chest to be covered by a strand of mysterious energy, and then it started to heal slowly. Jian-Su looked up at Yang Yi and said, "A very strong sword technique. It's much stronger than any sword technique of the Sword God's Palace." Of course, the stellar sword diagram isn't included in that. Cough! Yang Yi coughed lightly, and then a trace of blood instantly seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his body turned red in an instant. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his entire body was covered in holes. His body was at the epic realm, so it was extremely strong. However, Jian-Su was stronger. Could the man capable of destroying the Sword God's Palace be weak? It could be said that if Yang Yi didn't possess the sword precursor, he wouldn't even have the right to fight Jian-Su. Even though it was quite embarrassing, it was the truth. Based on my estimations, you should only be able to execute that technique once more. Jian-Su started walking towards Yang Yi and said, "Come execute your final attack." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air before him. At the same time, countless golden energy swords appeared in front of him. They formed a golden shield of energy swords. After that, rays of golden light flashed out from the shield and formed layers of barriers on top of the shield. At the same time, a strand of fierce sword intent pressed down upon Yang Yi. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist and glanced up into the sky. At this moment, Blind Maiden was still in fierce combat with the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon was still in a disadvantaged position, and it was practically being beaten up. However, it was obviously impossible for Blind Maiden to kill it in a short period. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He was very well aware that he couldn't place his hopes on her killing the Black Dragon and coming to his aid. So, Yang Yi stopped hesitating, and the Sword God's seal on his forehead lit up. It didn't take long for it to grow brighter and brighter. At the same time, his sword intent grew stronger and stronger. Bang! A few moments later, a strand of terrifying aura and sword intent erupted from within Yang Yi, and then the sword intent Jian-Su had used to surround Yang Yi was instantly blasted away by Yang Yi's sword intent. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent. After he realized that Blind Maiden wouldn't be able to deal with the Black Dragon quickly, Yang Yi had decisively chosen to improve his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank. Because only by attaining quasi-returnal rank sword intent would he be able to fight Jian-Su. The quasi-returnal rank, Jiansu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he tapped a finger forward. A golden energy sword instantly shot forward, and it was so swift that Yang Yi wasn't even able to see it clearly. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly issued a command for the phantom shield to emerge before him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi gazed at the phantom shield before him. At this moment, it actually had cracks on it. So swift and strong! Yang Yi looked up at Jiansu. He didn't hesitate to stomp his right foot down, and his figure transformed into a flash of light that shot at Jiansu. Yang Yi clenched his sword's hilt tightly in midair, while the profound energy within him surged madly. His profound energy surged into the ancient sheath while his physical strength converged completely. Yang Yi hadn't even drawn his sword, but just his speed and physical strength caused the space before him to be torn apart. Jiansu's expression grew gradually colder, and he raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, the shield before him that was formed from golden energy swords started to spin swiftly. As soon as it started revolving rapidly, strands of golden sword energy shot out from it, and it only took an instant for countless strands of golden sword energy to envelope Yang Yi. Wham! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the dense ocean of golden sword energy, and then the strands of golden sword energy were instantly dispersed. After that, a ray of light slammed against the golden shield. Bang! An explosion resounded as the golden shield instantly shattered. At the same time, Jiansu suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded, and then the space here collapsed once more. An expanse of pitch black covered the area. It didn't take long for space to return to normal, but it only took an instant for the space there to collapse once more. This occurred over and over again in a cycle for over 10 times before the space here finally stabilized. Yang Yi and Jiansu stood 3 kilometers away from each other, and both of them stood there without moving. Yang Ye's body was densely covered in holes, and it simply seemed like a myriad of arrows had pierced through him. It was extremely shocking. As for Jiansu, his left arm was gone. Amazing indeed! Meanwhile, Jiansu suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Amongst the sword techniques I've seen in my life, besides the sword formation created by the stellar sword diagram, there is no other sword technique that can compare to that sword technique of yours. He was naturally shocked. After all, he was around 3 realms above Yang Yi in cultivation. Even though Yang Yi had relied on external sources of strength to injure him, it was impossible to deny how terrifying Yang Yi was. Unfortunately, I still wasn't able to kill you. Yang Yi looked up at Jiansu. He thought that once his sword intent rose to the quasi-returnal rank, he could rely on the true form of Heavenren to kill Jiansu with a single attack. But he was disappointed. Jiansu's strength was absolutely not inferior to Lady, and it might even be stronger. But it made sense. After all, Jiansu had lived for countless years. Kill me? Jiansu chuckled. Yang Yi, if you can execute that sword technique without limits. No, there's no need for it to be executed without limit. Even if you can execute it 5 times in a row, I would immediately turn around and leave. Unfortunately, your current strength is sufficient to execute it twice at most, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiansu suddenly glanced at the sky. At this moment, the demonic dragon was completely suppressed and was practically being beaten up. Needless to say, it was really amusing to watch the enormous demonic dragon being beaten up by Blind Maiden who is countless times smaller than it. She really is good at restraining herself. Jiansu laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Do you have other trump cards? You're buying time. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiansu could have attacked right away. Even after he executed Heavenren for the very first time, Jiansu could have seized the opportunity to attack. Based on Jiansu's strength and speed, it was entirely possible for Jiansu to kill him before he even had the chance to execute Heavenren again. However, Jiansu hadn't done that. So, there was only one explanation, and it was that Jiansu was buying time. Why was Jiansu buying time? Yang Yi glanced up at the black dragon. Does he want to rely on Blind Maiden to kill that black dragon? That doesn't make sense. If that black dragon is killed, his strength alone would be utterly insufficient to fight Blind Maiden. Roar! Right when Yang Yi was feeling puzzled, the black dragon in the sky suddenly roared with fury. Both Yang Yi and Jian Su looked up simultaneously, and they saw a layer of thin black light appear around the black dragon. Once the black light appeared, not only were Blind Maiden's attacks unable to cause any harm to the black dragon, her attacks were even dispersed instead. Yang Ye's expression changed at the sight of this because the black dragon had grown stronger. The demonic dragon clan's shield of darkness. Practically all the clans of dragons have such a shield. Meanwhile, Jian Su suddenly smiled. Every time it's activated, their defenses and strength would be improved tremendously. However, it has a time limit. For example, he can only execute it once every 10 years. Now, I don't have to worry about anything, and the battle should come to an end. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Su stretched his hand forward. In an instant, countless golden swords of light flashed out from the space around him, and then they formed a dense wave of golden swords that shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the dense expanse of golden swords of light. He'd thought of utilizing the sword domain to suppress Jian Su, but the problem was Jian Su's attainments in the sword Dao weren't the only thing that surpassed him. Even Jian Su's overall strength was much superior. The gap between him and Jian Su wasn't merely reflected in their attainments in the sword Dao, it was reflected in their cultivations as well. The sword domain could suppress Jian Su's sword intent, but it couldn't suppress his cultivation and strength. Jian Su's cultivation was way beyond him, so the consequences of utilizing the sword domain was having his lifespan exhausted. As expected of Jian Wuji's junior brother. As expected of the man who destroyed Sword God's palace. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he stretched his right hand forward, and he was about to bring his sword intent to the brink. However, ha! Roaring laughter suddenly resounded through the entire sky. As soon as the laughter resounded, the expressions of the Black Dragon, Blind Maiden, and Jian Su had changed. Yang Ye's expression had changed as well. Chapter 1353 Feasting on a Dragon. Blind Maiden, Jian Su, and the Black Dragon were vigilant, but Yang Yi was overjoyed. Why? Because he knew the owner of the laughter. It was Qiongqi who had been sleeping for very, very long. I never expected to smell an evil aura upon waking up. Ha! As soon as these words finished resounding, a black shadow flashed out from Yang Ye's chest, and it didn't take long for Qiongqi to appear before everyone. The expression on Blind Maiden's face eased up because Qiongqi had emerged from within Yang Yi. In other words, Qiongqi was with Yang Yi. As for Jian Su and the Black Dragon, their faces were quite unsightly. Especially the Black Dragon, its enormous eyes were filled with seriousness and a trace of fear. It was a dragon, and it was at the top of the food chain within the demon race. Very few demon beasts could pose a threat to it, but this demon beast that it had never seen before felt extremely dangerous to it. What demon beast is that? The Black Dragon wasn't the only one who was filled with bewilderment. Jian Su was the same. It was very understandable that Jian Su and the Black Dragon didn't recognize Qiongqi. After all, they weren't from the Radiant Dimension, and the group of defiant cultivators and ferocious beasts from all those years ago hadn't gone to Dark Hell Continent. So, both the Black Dragon and Jian Zu's hearts were filled with bewilderment when they saw Qiongqi's slightly strange appearance. Of course, they felt even more fear. After Qiongqi appeared here, his gaze had immediately locked onto the demonic dragon in the sky, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "You're finally awake!" Qiongqi turned to look at Yang Yi, and he said angrily, "Isn't that all your fault? Actually, are you trying to give me trouble on purpose? Otherwise, why are you always in a hopeless situation when I wake up?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Qiongqi continued, "Forget it. In any case, it'll only be staying with you for a few years." I refuse to believe that you can get me killed during that time. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the demonic dragon in the sky. The dragon clan. Unfortunately, his bloodline isn't pure. Otherwise, I would have to fear him slightly. My bloodline isn't pure? The black dragon laughed coldly. Are you joking? I'm from the legitimate dragon clan of Dark Hell Continent, and the blood which flows within me is the purest bloodline of the dragon clan. The purest bloodline of the dragon clan? Cheongchi interrupted the black dragon. How laughable! You actually say that you possess the purest bloodlines. Do you know what a true dragon is like? Do you know how terrifying a true dragon is? No, you don't. Right, allow me to correct myself. You're not the only one with an impure bloodline, your ancestor is the same. This world. No, this universe doesn't have a true dragon. The dragons here can only be considered as part of the branch clans of the true dragon clan. The laughable thing is that you actually think that you're a true dragon. What nonsense! The black dragon spoke with fury. Lowly being that came out of nowhere. You actually dare to disrespect my dragon clan. Lowly? Viciousness flashed through Cheongchi's eyes. A moment later, he transformed into a ray of red light that shot up into the air towards the black dragon. Humph! The black dragon grunted while viciousness flashed through his eyes as well, and then he slammed his body towards Cheongchi. Yan Yi and the others watched as the black dragon and Cheongchi collided. Bang! Yan Yi and the others watched with astonishment as the black dragon, which was countless times larger than Cheongchi, was actually knocked away. Moreover, countless fine cracks had actually appeared on the barrier of light around the black dragon. Meanwhile, Cheongchi didn't stop, and his figure flashed and shot towards the black dragon again. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded from above the sky. The black dragon wasn't just pushed back repeatedly by the violent attacks from Cheongchi. Over 100 injuries which were over 100 m long had appeared on his body. They were naturally created by Cheongchi's claws. The demonic dragon's defenses had risen countless times higher after executing the Shield of Darkness, but Cheongchi's claws were even sharper. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. Had been quite worried. After all, Cheongchi hadn't been so strong before he fell into a deep slumber. Now it would seem like his worries were unnecessary. Cheongchi's strength had definitely been recovering slowly during his deep sleep. Even though he didn't know how much Cheongchi had recovered, he had no doubt that Cheongchi wasn't the same Cheongchi from before who could only kill emperors. Jianzu's face was gloomy when he saw the black dragon being pushed back repeatedly. Had planned for every contingency, but he hadn't expected Yan Yi to have such a terrifying existence like Cheongchi with him. Flee? Such a thought appeared in Jianzu's mind, but he rejected it in an instant. Blind Maiden was here, so it would be utterly impossible for him to flee, nor did he want to flee. Because had been fleeing for thousands of years. Jianzu took a deep breath, and the profound energy within him surged madly. After that, the space around him started to tremble violently. Yan Yi's expression changed at the sight of this. Since Jianzu hadn't fled, it was obvious that Jianzu intended to make his final stand. But Yan Yi wasn't able to execute Heavenren now, so he was utterly incapable of being a threat to Jianzu. Moreover, had started to suffer backlash from his sword intent. Suddenly, Blind Maiden appeared in front of Yan Yi, and then she tapped her finger against the center of Yan Yi's forehead. Yan Yi instantly felt a strand of mysterious energy enter his mind. As soon as it did, his mind immediately cleared up significantly, and the backlash seemed to have weakened slightly. Blind Maiden withdrew her hand and said, "Go meditate. Don't let the backlash progress further. Leave the rest to me." Yan Yi nodded, and then his figure flashed and appeared 30 kilometers away. Had used his ultimate moves, but he still hadn't been able to kill Jianzu. So if he were to stay here, then he would only be a burden for Cheongchi and Blind Maiden. Yan Yi paid no attention to the battle. He just sat down cross-legged, withdrew violet crystals, and started to absorb them. As the energy surged into him, the tiny vortex immediately started to spin, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from the tiny vortex before spreading throughout his body and repaired the injuries that Jian Su had inflicted on him. Jian Xu stared fixedly at Blind Maiden. Besides seriousness, there was a trace of ferocity in them as well. If it wasn't for Blind Maiden, he would have obtained the stellar sword diagram and left this world a long time ago. However, it was exactly because of Blind Maiden that he hadn't just been unable to obtain the stellar sword diagram, had almost lost his life as well. Even though had survived in the end, he didn't dare to reveal his true identity to others and had no choice but to hide. It was all because of the woman before him. Jian Su closed his eyes slowly while the quasi-returnal rank sword intent around him grew denser and denser in volume, and it grew sharper and sharper as well. Even the space around him was trembling more and more rapidly. A moment of silence later, Jian Su suddenly opened his eyes, and then he pressed his index and middle fingers together before pointing them at Blind Maiden from afar. Wham! An ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the sky, and then the space around Jian Su collapsed. Countless pitch-black energy swords flashed out from the huge black hole, and they shot off in Blind Maiden's direction. Blind Maiden's expression remained calm and composed as she stretched her hand forward. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out from her like a meteor shower, and they slammed against the energy swords before her. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly within the black hole. Yan Yi couldn't help but open his eyes and shoot a glance towards the battlefield. At this moment, Blind Maiden and Jian Su were within a black hole, and energy swords and rays of light were flashing and colliding incessantly there. The entire black hole had warped, and it seemed to be unable to endure their strength. They were true experts. Yan Yi was very well aware that while he seemed to have fought Jian Su earlier, had merely been relying on his equipment. Moreover, Jian Su had wanted to delay. Otherwise, he might have been beaten down a long time ago. There was a huge gap between him and Jian Su right now. A person could be confident, but couldn't be conceited, and it was very important to understand one's limitations and avoid becoming lost within the power gained from external sources. Roar! Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from high above. Yan Yi was shocked and hurriedly looked up, and he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. At this moment, Qiongqi was actually eating the black dragon's tail. Qiongqi had grabbed the black dragon's enormous tail with his claws, and he was swiftly biting and eating the dragon. No matter how the black dragon shook his body, it didn't make a difference. The speed Qiongqi devoured the black dragon was quite shocking, or it should be described as abnormal. In just a few breaths of time, had consumed around 10% of the black dragon's tail. Moreover, the speed he ate was growing faster and faster. As for the black dragon, his enormous eyes were filled with terror. Moreover, he seemed to shake his body and shrink it incessantly with the goal of escaping Qiongqi. It didn't take long for his figure to shrink down to a size of 300 m, and then he immediately shot towards the ocean below. Suddenly, Blind Maiden's voice resounded. "Don't let him get into the ocean!" There was no need for Blind Maiden to warn him. Qiongqi had already transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the black dragon. The black dragon's speed was clearly inferior to Qiongqi, so Qiongqi caught up in an instant. Yan Yi watched with astonishment as Qiongqi grabbed the black dragon's tail and dragged the black dragon back to where they came from, and then started eating again. Roar! The black dragon's shrill and miserable howls resounded incessantly, and it was filled with terror and despair. Qiongqi paid no attention to the black dragon and ceaselessly tore the black dragon apart. The black dragon was gradually dissected into pieces. The most terrifying part about this was that the black dragon was still alive. But the black dragon could only watch as his body was being torn into countless pieces and eaten. Around a few dozen breaths of time later, that area in the sky had returned to normal. The black dragon was nowhere to be found, and only Qiongqi's ceaselessly burping figure remained there. Yan Yi was stunned for a long time, and then he hurriedly pointed at Jian Su and said, "Brother Qiongqi, kill him!" Qiongqi glanced at Yan Yi before he turned to look at Jian Su, and then his figure shot towards Jian Su. Jianzu's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale when he saw Qiongqi shoot towards him, and a wisp of despair arose in his eyes. Blind Maiden didn't stand by idly. Her figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that surged towards Jianzu. Could Jianzu resist Qiongqi and Blind Maiden's joint forces? Of course he couldn't. However, right when Jianzu was about to lose his life, a beam of light had suddenly shot up into the sky, and then a white figure appeared before Jianzu. Bang! A terrifying aura surged out from the white figure, and then both Blind Maiden and Qiongqi were instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1354 Treat Dark Hell Continent well. Who is this? Yang Yi's face fell. That person's strength was clearly extremely formidable, or it would have been impossible for him to blast both Qiongqi and Blind Maiden away. Moreover, that person was clearly on Jianzu's side. Blind Maiden frowned as well. Obviously, she hadn't expected another expert like this to be present in this world. There was a trace of seriousness in Qiongqi's eyes too, because there was a deep mark on his claws. Jianzu's eyes had a trace of bewilderment in them as well. He hadn't expected an expert to suddenly appear before him and even help him. The white light surrounding the figure gradually dispersed before their eyes, and it didn't take long for a slightly ethereal middle-aged man with a sword on his back to appear before them. Jian Wuji! Jianzu's eyes instantly opened wide when he saw the middle-aged man. Yang Yi's eyes opened wide as well when he heard Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji? That middle-aged man is Jian Wuji? What a joke! Isn't he dead? Did he not die? That's impossible. A string of questions flashed through Yang Yi's mind. While Yang Yi was still puzzled, Blind Maiden suddenly spoke while standing at his side. It's a strand of the soul. A soul. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and turned around to look at Jian Wuji. Sure enough, Jian Wuji's body was ethereal, and it really was the body of a soul. Yang Yi frowned. Why has he come here now? What does he want? Blind Maiden didn't attack as well, and she was just looking at Jian Wuji's soul. However, Yang Yi noticed that her hands were clenched together tightly. Yang Yi knew that it didn't matter if a strand of Jian Wuji's soul was here. Even if Jian Wuji was here in the flesh, she would probably not give up on killing Jianzu. It was obvious how deep her hatred was based on how she had been willing to stay on the continent for thousands of years. Jian Wuji nodded slightly to Yang Yi and the others, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, it had descended onto Yang Yi's forehead. Jian Wuji gazed at Yang Yi's forehead for a short while before he shook his head slightly. His consciousness has been eliminated. He still did that in the end. As he spoke, he sized up Yang Yi and said, Not bad. Jianzu had quite a complicated expression on his face when he heard Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji was a genius, and he had extremely high standards. So, ordinary people weren't able to be acknowledged by him at all. No one throughout Sword God's palace had even received his praise, including Jianzu himself. Yet now, Jian Wuji had said that Yang Yi wasn't bad. But it was normal because while Jianzu was Yang Yi's enemy, he really approved of Yang Yi's natural talent and strength. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, Senior, didn't you die? Jian Wuji shook his head slightly. I wasn't able to let go of some things, so I left a strand of my soul behind. Yang Yi glanced at Jianzu and said, This junior brother of yours destroyed Sword God's palace all those years ago. Senior, why didn't you stop him? Jian Wuji replied, I was in a deep sleep. My soul had no source of energy, so if I didn't go to deep sleep and preserve my remaining energy, this strand of my soul would vanish once the energy within it dispersed. Just like this very moment, it'll vanish completely in a moment. Because I haven't just shown myself, I've even fought. Right, the reason I'm here is because your battle jolted me awake. Of course, I would be waking up soon even if all of you weren't fighting here. Yang Yi glanced at Jian Wuji and asked, What's your goal? Jian Wuji smiled, and then he looked up into the sky. After being corroded for thousands of years, That remaining energy that he unintentionally left behind should be extremely weak now. Yang Yi was visibly moved. Senior, you left this strand of your soul behind to break open the restrictions above the continent? Jian Wuji nodded. It is no restriction. If he wanted to destroy Dark Hell Continent, he wouldn't have had to go to such trouble. That's just energy that was left behind during my battle with him. All those years ago, the gray energy was still very strong, and this strand of my soul wasn't strong enough to break it open. Yet now, it should be possible. Yang Yi gazed at Jian Wuji for a long time before he asked, was it worth it? Needless to say, Yang Yi felt quite a bit of admiration towards Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji hadn't just sacrificed himself for the continent all those years ago, had even left a strand of his soul behind to wait thousands of years to destroy the restrictions over the continent. In any case, if he was in Jian Wuji's position, he would definitely not do that. He, Yang Yi, was a selfish person, and it was something even he admitted. As far as he was concerned, the most important were his loved ones and friends, and he placed them first at all times. As for a selfless person like Jian Wuji, even though he couldn't be like Jian Wuji, he admired such a person, because he could sense that Jian Wuji was sincerely thinking for the sake of Dark Hell Continent, and there were no selfish interests behind it. Jian Wuji chuckled. This is the place that gave birth to me and nurtured me. Moreover, there are billions of living beings here. How could I just abandon it? I could if I didn't have the ability, but I just happened to have some ability. Since I did, then not taking action would go against my heart and my convictions towards the Sword Dao. You're a sword cultivator, so you should understand me, right? Yang Yi nodded. He naturally did. Every single sword cultivator had a different conviction. His was selfish. He would only act when it was beneficial to him, and he wouldn't even care if it was right or wrong. This was naturally beneficial, and the benefit was being unrestrained. As for Jian Wuji, to put it in a more direct manner, Yang Yi was a bad person while Jian Wuji was a good person. The bad usually lived longer because the bad would only do things that are beneficial to them. As for the good usually had to do some things that weren't good for them yet were good for others. Jian Wuji was a person like that. Had sacrificed himself for the sake of others. So, while Yang Yi refused to do that, he still respected such individuals. Jian Wuji nodded slightly, and then he turned to look at Jian Su. As he gazed at Jian Su, a trace of complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. I knew that you would be angry that I didn't allow you to take control of the Sword God's Palace and the Stellar Sword Diagram, but I never expected you to destroy Sword God's Palace because of that. Jian Su spoke with a slightly fierce expression. Aren't you the one who forced my hand? Jian Wuji shook his head and said, Do you know why I didn't allow it? Jian Su spoke angrily. I really want to know the answer as well. Jian Wuji replied. Your natural talent isn't bad. All those years ago, it was the best in Sword God's Palace besides me. However, your heart is always distracted, and you always wanted to take shortcuts. Yet you didn't realize that there are no shortcuts on the path of the sword. I didn't want you to take control of Sword God's Palace because I hoped that you would concentrate on cultivating the sword and avoid getting your heart clouded by authority. As for the Stellar Sword Diagram, it was because I didn't want you to take a shortcut. Because you wanted the Stellar Sword Diagram to use it as a shortcut to comprehend the sword domain, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wuji shook his head. You knew that the Stellar Sword Diagram requires the sword domain in order to be utilized. I know that if you obtained it, you would definitely concentrate all your attention onto studying it. If that really happened, you'll always be living beneath my shadow and would never be able to advance a step further. You're lying! Jian Su suddenly howled with fury. You didn't let me have them because you didn't want to let me surpass you. That's the true reason. Jian Su glanced at Jian Su, who seemed to have gone slightly mad, and then he said, You know very well that I've never been fond of lying. I only speak what I think. Moreover, there's no need for me to lie to you. He isn't lying. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden suddenly said, All those years ago, you merely possessed peak rebirth rank sword intent. Yet now, you're attained the quasi-returnal rank. Do you know why? Because you temporarily gave up on the stellar sword diagram and the sword god's palace. If I'm not wrong, you've definitely placed all your attention on the sword Dao, right? Jianzu's face was pale while a lost expression filled his eyes. A short moment of silence later, Jian Wuji turned to look at Blind Maiden. Can you spare him? She shook her head in response. He has to die, even if you were here in the flesh. Jianzu gazed at her for a long time. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke with surprise. Jian Wuji turned around and saw faint flames coming from Jianzu. Soul ignition! Jianzu had ignited his soul. Does he intend to improve his strength from igniting his soul? Such a thought had appeared in Yang Yi's mind, but it didn't take long for him to reject the possibility. Because Jianzu's aura hadn't risen explosively at all, and it was Jianzu's vitality that was being lost incessantly. Jian Wuji asked. Why? Jianzu remained silent. His body was gradually growing translucent, and it was becoming even more translucent than Jian Wuji. Right when Jianzu was about to vanish completely, he suddenly looked up and gazed at Jian Wuji. Senior brother, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Jian Wuji closed his eyes slowly. He remained silent for a long while before opening his eyes, and then he looked up at the sky. There are many things and people in this world that we'll only cherish once we lose them. Yet we never realize that it's too late to only cherish them then. Young one, cherish those around you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wuji slowly walked up into the sky. Meanwhile, Qiongqi gazed at Jian Wuji and said, That fellow isn't bad. Blind Maiden spoke as well. An outstanding individual. Yang Yi nodded and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Jian Wuji was growing faster and faster, and it didn't take long for Jian Wuji's figure to transform into a ray of light that vanished from their fields of vision. Treat Dark Hell Continent well. Jian Wuji's voice resounded from high above. At this moment, everyone throughout the continent could hear his voice. After that, bang! The sky shook violently, and a loud explosion resounded throughout the entire continent. It didn't take long for a starry sky to appear within their vision. The restriction was gone. Chapter 1355 Always be cautious. The vast starry sky was studded with an array of countless stars. It was profound and enchanting. Specks of starlight descended from the sky above and covered the ground in a thin veil of crystal blue. So the starry sky is that beautiful. Countless people had such thoughts. As for some voiders, it wasn't just pure curiosity and excitement that they felt overjoyed and relieved as well. Because Dark Hell Continent was like a cage to them, a cage made specially for voiders like them. They could never advance in their cultivation while residing on the continent, and all they could do was wait for death to arrive. Fortunately, the restrictions were gone, so they were free. Yang Yi, Blind Maiden, and Qiongqi remained silent for a long time. In the end, Qiongqi suddenly said, I have to absorb the energy within that mixed-blood dragon, so don't disturb me while I'm doing that. If something happens, deal with it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiongqi transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden suddenly said, Come with me! As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked off to the ground below. Yang Yi hurriedly followed her, and he felt slightly excited. Why? Because he'd heard that she had the stellar sword diagram. It was a treasure. As for what Jian Wuji said about relying on one's own self and not relying on treasures to take shortcuts, that was spoken to Jianzu, but had already comprehended the sword domain, so what shortcut would he take? Actually, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, treasures were a form of strength as well. Of course, he wouldn't overly rely on them. He felt that treasures could be utilized to improve his strength, but he couldn't rely on them. He had to manage that well, and so long as he did, the more treasures he had, the better it would be for him. However, if he failed, he would lose himself and become reliant on them instead. So, It was all a problem of attitude. Yang Yi followed Blind Maiden to that huge rock by the ocean that Blind Maiden frequently sat on. She waved her hand lightly, and it didn't take long for the ocean water to suddenly recede. It receded extremely swiftly, and it only took a moment for the ocean water before them to recede over 1 kilometer away. After that, a grave covered in stones appeared before them. Yang Yi followed her over to it. The grave was a normal size, and it had no tombstone or anything special about it. It was just made from the most ordinary rock. Blind Maiden remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "We were childhood friends, and he was a sword cultivator just like you. At that time, all he wanted was to join Sword God's palace because it was the sacred grounds of all sword cultivators throughout the continent. However, his natural talent wasn't good, so he was rejected repeatedly by Sword God's palace. He had no choice but to cultivate bitterly in order to join Sword God's palace. At that time, I was always there by his side as he cultivated. He cultivated very diligently. In the end, he succeeded at joining Sword God's palace, but he was merely a nominal disciple." Yang Yi glanced at the stone grave in silence. Blind Maiden combed her hair that had become messy from the ocean winds, and she continued, "He said that once he became an outer court disciple, he would come for me and take me to Sword God's palace." She paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued, "Only then did I realize that he hadn't wanted to join Sword God's palace for himself, and it was for my sake." Yang Yi was puzzled. "For you?" She nodded slightly. "I hadn't awakened then. Not only were my meridians blocked, my body was extremely weak to the point it was weaker than an ordinary person. The Sword God's palace was the stronger power on the continent, and it had countless herbs and treasures. The reason Head worked so hard to join Sword God's palace was that he hoped to get medicine for me. Unfortunately, he didn't know that no medicine could heal my body." Yang Yi remained silent. Blind Maiden continued, "He worked hard and succeeded in becoming an outer court disciple. Because of the willpower and diligence he showed, an elder of Sword God's palace took a liking to him, and that elder accepted him as his disciple. Moreover, that elder agreed to help heal me. However, at the same time, Jiansu colluded with that demonic dragon to launch a surprise attack on Sword God's palace." Blind Maiden paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued, "Because Jiansu knew everything about Sword God's palace's formation and strength, all the experts of Sword God's palace were slaughtered by their joint forces. That included him." When she spoke up to this point, Yang Yi noticed that 2 beads of tears seeped out from the corners of Blind Maiden's eyes, and they were blood-red. A long moment of silence passed before the beads of blood-red tears vanished into thin air. "The breeze here is quite strong." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand lightly, and the ocean breeze and the surroundings couldn't get close to her or Yang Yi anymore. Yang Yi remained silent. Blind Maiden continued, "From the moment I knew he was gone, my tears never stopped. In the end, I became blind, and then I awakened. There are 2 things in my life that I regret the most. The first is being unable to help my big sister and second sister all those years ago, and the 2nd thing is not going blind earlier. He wouldn't have died if I went blind earlier." Yang Yi shook his head. Needless to say, the demonic dragon and Jiansu definitely felt extremely aggrieved. Because they'd merely killed someone they regarded as an ant, and then Blind Maiden trapped them here for thousands of years before they finally died. But all of this had only been because they'd killed an insignificant outer court disciple. There were risks when one killed another, so one had to be cautious at all times. I trapped the dragon, but Jiansu escaped. However, I knew that he would be back because I took the stellar sword diagram. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden added, as I expected, he returned once that demonic dragon had fully recuperated. Actually, I could have killed that dragon a very long time ago. However, Jiansu would definitely go completely into hiding if I had killed that dragon. For the sake of killing them, I had no choice but to wait until that demonic dragon recovered completely. Actually, you would have been able to kill them even if I and Xiongqi weren't here, right? Asked Yang Yi. Based on how she fought earlier, He knew that she had definitely not used her full strength. Blind Maiden fell silent for a short while and said, "Your arrival surprised me slightly." Yang Yi replied, "You've helped me so many times, and you're Nether Maiden's third sister. So, how could I possibly stand by idly and do nothing?" Blind Maiden turned to look at Yang Yi. Even though her eyes were closed, Yang Yi could sense that she was looking at him. A long time passed before she nodded slightly and said, "There's a Ling in my name. You can call me Big Sister Ling." If Shed helped him before out of consideration for Nether Maiden and the others, then now Shed truly acknowledged Yang Yi and treated him like a younger brother. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. Big Sister Ling. He didn't lose anything from calling her Big Sister, and he should be said to have gained instead. After all, she was an extraordinary expert. Moreover, she was Nether Maiden's third sister. Had gone through life and death with Nether Maiden, so he should address Blind Maiden as Big Sister. Blind Maiden nodded slightly, and then she turned around and walked over to the grave. A long time of silence ensued before she spoke softly. "I'm leaving. Once I'm done with what I need to do, I'll come here and accompany you until the end of time." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked over to Yang Yi, grabbed his shoulder, and shot up into the sky. Once they left, the ocean water instantly filled up the area, and the grave was instantly submerged below the water. High above in the sky, Blind Maiden said, "I'm leaving." Yang Yi asked, "Where are you going?" She replied, "To a place I should have gone to a long time ago." Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he said, "Do you know where Clouds of Heaven's stellar region is?" It was the stellar region that lady was from, but he knew nothing about it. However, he knew that Blind Maiden possessed extensive knowledge and should know where it was. "Clouds of Heaven?" Blind Maiden asked. "You're going there?" Yang Yi nodded. Blind Maiden explained, "If you want to head there or the Radiant Dimension, you must first go to a place." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What place?" She replied, "Stellar City." "Stellar City?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Is it a world / Blind Maiden explained, "It's a city, but can also be called a world. Because only that city exists in that world. There are many stellar teleportation formations within the city, and you can teleport to any other stellar region besides the large world. Stellar City was created by a clan in the large world, and it's focused on providing services to the medium and small worlds. Of course, there's a fee to utilize them." Yang Yi asked, "How do I get there?" Blind Maiden looked up at the sky and said, "There's a stellar teleportation formation in every stellar region, and there's one here as well. So, once you leave Dark Hell Continent, continue north through space and you'll find one. Enter it, and you'll arrive at Stellar City." Yang Yi nodded. "Understood." Meanwhile, Blind Maiden added, "You're too headstrong, firm, and rash. This character of yours is bound to bring endless troubles to you. However, it's that character of yours which allowed you to possess your current accomplishments. You should realize that there's no way back for you, and you can only advance courageously and ceaselessly strengthen yourself. Only then can you act according to your will and stay true to your heart. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded. He naturally understood Nether Maiden. Had offended countless people because of his character, and it had brought him all sorts of trouble. But he couldn't change his character. He, Yang Yi, was really unable to accept injustice to himself so that others would be happy. As far as he was concerned, if anyone bullied him, then he would repay that person tenfold. He repaid his debts and took revenge on the enmity he had. It was the principle he lived by, and it was his character. Blind Maiden looked down at where the grave was below the ocean, and she gazed at that spot for a long time before she said, "Wait for me." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of light that shot up into the sky and charged towards the starry sky beyond it. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "The stellar." He hadn't even finished speaking when a ray of white light suddenly shot down from the starry sky above him. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before him. Yang Yi was instantly stunned when the white light dispersed. Chapter 1356 The Sword Domain. Chapter 1356 The Sword Domain. It was a rag that was floating before him. He'd seen this rag because it was the exact same one that had been on Blind Maiden's stomach when he met her for the first time. However, he'd thought that it was there to patch her clothes. But it was obviously not a patch, or Blind Maiden wouldn't have given it to him. Yan Yi gazed at it for a short while, and then he flicked a strand of sword intent into it. Bang! The rag instantly emanated a strand of dazzling light, and then a crystal blue diagram appeared before Yan Yi. The diagram was around 1 meter long and half a meter wide. But the diagram was empty. There was nothing on it. The stellar sword diagram. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he placed his right hand on the diagram, and then the sword intent within him surged out madly. After his sword intent surged into it, the entire diagram started to tremble violently. In the blind of an eye, it vanished, and the scene around Yan Yi changed at the exact same instant that it vanished. The starry sky. At this moment, Yan Yi was amidst the stars. Countless stars were above and all around him. Meanwhile, the sword spirit appeared by his side. She spoke solemnly. "This is a real world." Yan Yi nodded. As soon as his sword intent surged into the stellar sword diagram, it brought him up into the starry sky. In other words, he wasn't in an illusory realm, and he was in a real world. The sword spirit suddenly said, "These aren't real stars." Yan Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The sword spirit replied. "A star might be billions of kilometers away from us, yet see how they are so close, extremely close." She paused for a moment and continued. "If I'm not wrong, this is definitely a projection of an area in space within our universe that Jianwuji created." Yan Yi felt even more puzzled. "A projection of space?" The sword spirit nodded. "He utilized his extraordinary ability to create a projection of the stars in space within the stellar sword diagram. Simply speaking, the stellar sword diagram is a miniature of space in this universe. As for the stars within the diagram, they are definitely linked to the real stars in our universe. So, when you activate this diagram, you'll be able to draw upon the energy within those stars." Yan Yi gained a rough understanding when she explained it in that way. The stellar sword diagram was something Jianwuji had created based on the universe, and he'd modeled it after the starry sky in this universe. However, the stars within the stellar sword diagram weren't independent, and they were linked to the stars in this universe. So, when he activated the stars within it, he could use them as a medium to utilize the energy of those real stars in the depths of the universe. It could be said that he was actually in an illusory world. Because these stars around him weren't real stars, and they were projections of the stars in this universe. Yan Yi asked, "How do I draw upon the energy of these stars?" The sword spirit replied, "Try using your sword intent." Yan Yi nodded, and then rebirth rank sword intent appeared out of thin air around him. In an instant, it enveloped all the stars here. Once his sword intent appeared here, the stars immediately started emanating faint light. This light wasn't starlight, but the glow of sword energy. However, besides that, there were no further changes. Yan Yi gazed at the sword spirit. "What's going on?" She glanced at the surroundings, and then gazed at Yan Yi. "Try activating the sword domain." Yan Yi nodded and took a step forward. In an instant, the entire expanse of space here was enveloped by his sword domain, and then the stars instantly started to tremble lightly. At the same time, Yan Ye's expression instantly changed. He was shocked. Why? He ruled everything within the sword domain, and he could control everything and become one with everything within the sword domain. At the moment he activated the sword domain, he'd sensed countless stars. It was quite inconceivable, but he really did sense them. Countless stars. Yan Yi wasn't just able to sense every single star here, he could sense the actual stars they were linked to. In other words, he could sense the stars throughout Dark Hell stellar region via the stellar sword diagram. Not only was he able to sense them, he could even sense that he'd formed a slight connection with them. "I understand why the stellar sword diagram needs the sword domain to be utilized." Meanwhile, the sword spirit said, Jian Wuji created it from observing the universe. If I'm not wrong, he used the sword domain when he was creating it. Only by utilizing the sword domain could he sense these stars clearly and create the stellar sword diagram. Once it is utilized, the person utilizing it must sense those stars and form a link with them, and only by possessing the sword domain will that be possible. Moreover, only the sword domain can accomplish that. Yang Yi asked. How do I utilize the stellar sword diagram? The sword spirit glanced at the surroundings and said, You lack a sword. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a sword that appeared in the distance, and then the stars in the surroundings started to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the sword spirit said, Use them as your medium to utilize the energy of the stars in this stellar region, and then release stellar sword energy. Yang Yi asked, Is that possible? Of course. The sword spirit replied. These stars contain stellar energy. Now, you have to use the stars in the stellar sword diagram as your medium to utilize the stars in this stellar region and transform their stellar energy into sword energy. Let me try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi closed his eyes. Oem. 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 Quite some time passed before countless sword howls resounded throughout Dark Hell stellar region. After that, countless stars in the starry sky above Dark Hell stellar region emanated strands of stellar sword energy. The stellar sword energy were like shooting stars that descended successively towards Dark Hell continent. At this moment, practically everyone throughout the continent was looking up, and their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and terror. Is the end of the world upon us? That was what everyone thought right now. Because their fields of vision were filled with a dense expanse of stellar sword energy that was descending towards them. The entire sky was densely packed with stellar sword energy. It was absolutely terrifying. But it didn't take long for the sword energy to vanish abruptly. Countless people heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this. Meanwhile, in the stellar sword diagram, Yang Yi was covered in sweat. His eyes were filled with threads of blood, and his face was pale as a sheet. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that there were some strands of white hair on his head. Especially, the hair at the sides of his head, they were especially striking and practically completely snow white. The sword spirit asked, Are you all right? Yang Yi took a deep breath and laughed bitterly. I almost killed myself. He'd succeeded at creating stellar sword energy, but he'd paid a price for that. That price was quite terrifying because he'd lost almost 3,000 years of his lifespan. 3,000 years. After all, the lifespan of an emperor was usually around 10,000 years. In other words, he'd lost 30% of it in just that short moment. Fortunately, he'd stopped in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost just 3,000 years, he might have been completely crippled instead. I was careless. Meanwhile, the sword spirit spoke solemnly. Based on your current strength, your sword domain can't endure so much stellar energy at all. Yang Yi nodded. How much stellar energy was there throughout Dark Hell stellar region? Such a tremendous amount of stellar energy wasn't something he could endure right now. Actually, he was lucky that he was an emperor now. If he was still a quasi-emperor, then it was obvious that he would have died in just a moment. It wasn't too bad now. If he went all out, then it would be entirely possible to activate the stellar sword formation once. However, the price was quite huge, and it was much greater than the ignition of his intent or soul. After all, those merely made him lose a realm of cultivation or a rank of sword intent, but this would take his life. The sword spirit said, It's best to avoid utilizing it if you can. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Of course. Actually, the stellar sword formation was extremely terrifying. It could be said that if he utilized it against Jian Su, then Jian Su would definitely be obliterated into bits. Not to mention Jian Su, it was even possible for him to destroy the entire continent. If the sword energy from before had descended upon Dark Hell continent, then even if it wasn't completely destroyed, at least over 90% of the living beings on the continent would have been annihilated. Countless strands of stellar sword energy. Even he didn't know how many there were. Right. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Wouldn't it be useless after I leave this stellar region? Of course it wouldn't, the sword spirit said. Its ability is to copy the stars in the region it's in. Thus, so long as stars are present, it can be activated. Yang Yi smiled. Good, the sword spirit asked. Do you know one of the sword domain's abilities now? Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he nodded. Actually, I've grasped some abilities of the sword domain for a long time now. What could the sword domain accomplish? It could suppress sword intent that was stronger than his own, suppress all laws, replicate some laws, conceal his aura, allow him to cultivate sword techniques quickly. Now, he'd learned another ability of the sword domain. It was the ability to sense bodies of energy, and he could use them as a medium to summon sword energy. For example, if he had violet crystals around him now, then he just had to activate the sword domain, sense the violet crystals, and build a link between him and them. After that, he could just utilize the energy within them to form sword energy to attack his enemies. Jian Wuji had utilized that exact same principle to create the stellar sword diagram. However, he knew that his sword domain couldn't cover all the stars in a stellar region. So, he'd created the stellar sword diagram, and he utilized it as a medium to sense the actual stars in the stellar region. He used a small copy to sense the enormous region they represented. Needless to say, Jian Wuji was a genius. Meanwhile, the sword spirit asked, Now do you know why the sword domain is terrifying? Yang Yi nodded. He naturally knew why. When the day came that his sword domain could cover an entire stellar region, then all bodies of energy within the stellar region could be utilized to form sword energy. If his sword domain could cover an entire universe. Chapter 1357 It's time to leave. If Yang Yi's sword domain could cover the universe, then all bodies of energy in the universe could be utilized to form sword energy. Just thinking about it caused Yang Yi to feel quite excited, but it didn't take long for him to wake up from that dream. Cover the entire universe? His sword domain could only cover an area of around 5,000 kilometers. So, covering the entire universe was quite far away from him. However, Yang Yi was in no rush. He was just an emperor right now, and his sword domain would improve along with his cultivation. So, the day would come when he could accomplish that. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the boundless starry sky around him, and then issued a command in his heart. In an instant, everything around him started to become ethereal, and then everything returned to normal, while the stellar sword diagram appeared before him. Yang Yi gazed at the stellar sword diagram, and a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. The stellar sword diagram was in his possession, and the restrictions around Dark Hell Continent was gone, so it was time to leave. Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit and said, Let's go! She nodded in reply, and then she transformed into a ray of light that shot into Yang Yi's chest. Doomsday City? The Sword Hall. Yang Yi sat at the seat of the host and said, I've decided to move the Sword Alliance's headquarters to Sword God Island. Previously, Blind Maiden hadn't allowed him to move the Sword Alliance there because the Black Dragon was in Sword God Ocean. Yet now, Jiongqi had eaten the Black Dragon. Since there was no more danger in Sword God Ocean, he naturally intended to move the headquarters to the island. After all, it was more suitable for the Sword Alliance to develop there. The others naturally didn't reject Yang Yi's suggestion. Yang Yi's gaze descended upon Yun Banqing. Banqing, I'll leave the move to you. Yun Banqing glanced at him and spoke softly. All of you are leaving, right? Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the others. Tell your subordinates Yun Banqing will have full authority over the Sword Alliance on Dark Hell Continent. Her orders are my orders, and no one is to disobey them. Even though Yi Luyun had passed all her authority over to Yun Banqing, he still wanted to personally make it clear. Doing so would allow Yun Banqing's authority to be further ratified, and only then would her future orders be followed to the letter. The others hurriedly nodded when they heard him. Yang Yi had made his stand clear, and that represented that when Yang Yi and Yi Luyun weren't here, Yun Banqing would have the greatest authority on Dark Hell Continent. Yang Yi nodded. Everyone else besides Banqing can leave now. It didn't take long for only Yang Yi, Yun Banqing, and Yi Luyun to remain here. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 2 Void Realm sword servants appeared before Yun Banqing. Keep these 2 puppets with you. Even though had given her authority, her strength was too weak. The experts of the Sword Alliance would naturally not dare to disobey her while he was on Dark Hell Continent, but if he led the others away from the continent, then there might be some who feigned compliance to her. He didn't want to see the Sword Alliance in a mess when he returned. Yun Banqing glanced at the puppets before her and said, "You'll manage the Sword Alliance well." Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, she added, "There's one more thing." Yang Yi said, "You're worried about the demon race, right?" Yun Banqing nodded. The demon race had returned to the Veiled Region on the Demon Empress orders. But once Yang Yi and the others left, how would the Sword Alliance defend itself if the demon race attacked again? Yang Yi said, "Don't worry, I'll deal with it." She nodded. Since Yang Yi said that he would, then she naturally had no need to worry. She hesitated for a moment and said, "When will all of you return?" Yi Luyun gazed at Yang Yi as well because she wanted to know the answer too. Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know. But don't worry, we will definitely come back. Our Sword Alliance's headquarters will be here. Regardless of how well or terribly it goes in the outside world, we'll still return." If he was all alone, he would definitely not develop any power. After all, it was so free to be just alone with his sword. However, he wasn't alone, and he had many to protect. So, he naturally had to continue developing the Sword Alliance. He pursued strength to protect the people dearest to him, and developing a power like the Sword Alliance was a type of strength as well. Yun Banqing nodded slightly. "So long as you do return." Yang Yi smiled. "Both of you go deal with the matters before our departure. They'll head to the Veiled Region." Yi Luyun asked, "Should I ask the Lin clan's patriarch and the others to go with you? I alone am enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished outside the hall. Yi Luyun suddenly asked once Yang Yi left, "Do you regret it?" Yun Banqing replied, "Regret what?" Yi Luyun said, "You know what I mean." Yun Banqing remained silent for a short while, and then she said, "He has always been helping me, so I want to help him too. Isn't this a good opportunity to do that?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Yi Luyun and continued, "He's quite a lazy fellow. So, you'll be really busy by his side." Yi Luyun replied, "Actually, that's exactly why he's taking me with him." Both of them exchanged glances and smiled. Once he left Doomsday City, Yang Yi flew on his sword towards the Veiled Region. The demon race was a really huge problem indeed, and he didn't dare to leave Dark Hell Continent without resolving it. But he didn't want to use force to resolve the problem. Of course, he didn't mind doing so if he had no other choice. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before the teleportation formation to the Veiled Region, and then he stepped into it. Yang Yi frowned once he stepped into the circle of light. Because the teleportation formation was actually sealed. He knew that the demon beast had obeyed the demon empress orders and closed the teleportation formation into the Veiled Region. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before the sword god's seal lit up on his forehead. After that, he stretched his right hand forward, and it didn't take long for 10 seemingly material intent swords to appear here. Yang Yi gazed at them for a short while, and then he vanished on the spot. Had naturally left those intent swords behind as a defense against the demon race. Based on his current strength, those 10 intent swords could kill quite a few Voider Realm demon beasts. There were very few Voider Realm demon beasts, and coupled with the losses they'd sustained during the war with the human race, it could be said that the demon race couldn't afford to suffer any losses now. Even if it wanted to take revenge, it would be something extremely far in the future. Moreover, they were like a signal for him. If the demon race really did intend to leave the Veiled Region, it would definitely have to destroy his intent swords. But once that happened, he would notice right away. But he felt that the demon race probably had no intention to take revenge right now. Now that it had lost the demon empress, it might fall into a state of internal strife. Yang Yi had no choice but to admit that admired the demon empress. If Nie Wuming hadn't arrived abruptly, then the Sword Alliance would have been in a very worrying situation. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and then vanished into the sky. At the entrance of the veiled region. He's gone! Are you sure? I am. Huff! Luckily. Notify the various patriarchs. Who do you think will become the new demon king? Who knows? I heard that none of the patriarchs are convinced of the other's strength. Alas, if only the demon empress was still alive. Our demon race wouldn't have fallen into such a state. After he left, Yang Yi went to Sword God Island. He hadn't forgotten that Sword God Island had some current residents. If he were to move the Sword Alliance to Sword God Island, then he had to resolve all issues with them. Especially the 10,000-legged centipede. 2 hours later, Yang Yi arrived on Sword God Island. Yang Yi went straight to the centipede's home. Yang Yi had just arrived there when the centipede flashed out from within the mountain, and he had an extremely solemn and fearful expression on his face when he saw Yang Yi. Had watched the battle between Yang Yi's group and Jian Ze's group. He knew that Yang Yi wasn't someone he could fight anymore. Yang Yi got straight to the point. My forces will be moving to Sword God Island. You don't have to leave, but you're prohibited from acting against them. The 10,000-legged centipede spoke in a low voice. What if I refuse? Yang Yi replied. Then you'll die right now. The centipede's eyelids twitched, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, All right, I agree. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the centipede. The centipede hurriedly said, Human, since I've agreed, I will definitely do as I've said. So long as they don't look for trouble with me, then I would absolutely not look for trouble with them. Yang Yi smiled. Calm down, I'm not going to kill you. I just have something to entrust you with. The centipede had quite a vigilant expression on his face. What is it? After all, had experienced how shameless Yang Yi was. Yang Yi said, I'm leaving Dark Hell Continent to deal with some things. I hope that you'll help me take care of them when they arrive on Sword God Island. Treat it as me owing you a favor, all right? This was actually why Head allowed the centipede to remain on the island. The centipede was quite strong, and if he was willing to help take care of the Sword Alliance, then the Sword Alliance would have the strength to fight back even if the demon race attacked. The centipede replied, I might be leaving as well. Yang Yi was shocked. You're leaving as well? The 10,000-legged centipede nodded. Since the restrictions are gone, I'm naturally going to leave as well. However, it won't be so soon. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of them until I leave. He was naturally willing to become friends with an expert like Yang Yi. Thank you. Yang Yi smiled, and then he cupped his fist to the 10,000-legged centipede and said, Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the sky. The 10,000-legged centipede looked up into the sky and said, Another Jian Wuji. Once he left Sword God Island, Yang Yi immediately returned to the Sword Hall. Yang Yi looked at Yi Luyun and said, Is everyone here? Yi Luyun replied, They are waiting outside the hall. Yang Yi nodded and said, Let's. Suddenly Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and then the others watched with astonishment as Yang Yi vanished on the spot. End of Book 10. Chapter 1358 Long Time No See. Little Laborer. Chapter 1358 Long Time No See. Little Laborer. Book 11. The man returns. Yang Yi seemed excited as he stood in his room, and his eyes were filled with wild joy and excitement. Why? Because the primordial pagoda was about to return to normal. At this moment, the tiny vortex was spinning at high speeds, and strands of aura were seeping out incessantly from it. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the room and waited in silence. He was quite excited and happy. Of course, he felt even more anticipation. Because if nothing unexpected occurred, then he would be able to see Su Qingshi and the others right away. Qingshi, Qin Xie Bao, Lei Lin, Little Yao, and his daughter Yang Nianxue. Around 6 hours passed just like that. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly appeared throughout Doomsday City, shocking its residents. However, it didn't take long for the aura to suddenly vanish as if it had never appeared. Yan Ye's eyes closed slowly, and it didn't take long for him to vanish on the spot. Within the primordial pagoda, a woman was standing before Yan Yi. She wore a white dress, and she seemed pure like a goddess. It was Su Qingshi, of course. Yan Ye's eyes instantly became moist as he gazed at the beautiful and charming woman standing before him. He grinned, walked over to her, and then hugged her tightly. He embraced her tightly as if he was terribly afraid of losing her. A long time passed before Yan Yi spoke softly. "We're finally able to see each other again." 2 streams of tears seeped out of the corners of Su Qingshi's eyes when she heard him. After all, when the primordial pagoda was sealed off, she'd lost contact with Yan Yi as well, and no one knew how she'd overcome such days. It had been filled with anxiety and fear. Days and nights of anxiety and fear. Yan Yi had been in a hopeless situation at that time. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. "Hey, we're here as well!" Su Qingshi hurriedly released Yan Yi when she heard the voice. Yan Yi looked up, and he saw a curvaceous woman in a red dress looking at him with discontent. "Qin Xie." Yan Yi was about to speak when she ran over to him and kissed him. "Big Sister Bao, what are they doing?" A young girl with pigtails was looking at Yan Yi and Qin Xie with a curious gaze. She was around 8 or 9 years old, wore a small dress embroidered with flowers, and she had big eyes. She looked really like Yan Yi. "Schwer, you can't see that!" A woman around the age of 20 suddenly covered the young girl's eyes. After that, she pulled over another young girl on her right and said, "Lei Lin, you're not allowed to look too." "Big Sister Bauer, why can't I?" Lei Lin blanked while bewilderment filled her eyes. Bao hurriedly covered Lei Lin's eyes. "You're still young, so you can't." Meanwhile, Qin Xie had let go of Yang Yi and glared at him. "Tell us the truth. How many more women have you gotten in these years?" Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yan Ye's face was absolutely dark. "Am I that lustful?" Qin Xie replied with a question. "Are you not?" Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice came from afar. "Are you daddy?" Yan Ye's figure shuddered when he heard the voice, and then he looked up and saw a young girl with pigtails looking at him with a curious gaze. Yan Yi took a deep breath and went over to her. He carried her up in his arms and smiled. "Schwer, say that again." Schwer glanced at Su Qingshi, and Su Qingshi nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Schwer gazed at Yan Yi again, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke softly. "Dad?" Yan Ye's eyes became moist again. He naturally felt very guilty when it came to her. Because he hadn't been by her side for long since she'd been born. Especially once she'd entered the primordial pagoda. It had been sealed for around 5 or 6 years, so he hadn't been by her side at all during this time. As a father, he was absolutely not a good one. Suddenly, a slightly timid voice resounded. "Big brother." Yan Yi turned around and saw Lei Li looking at him. There was a slightly timid expression in her eyes, and she was slightly hesitant yet slightly happy as well. Lei Lin was still the same. She was still that small, and her body hadn't changed at all throughout the last few years. Yan Yi smiled as he gazed at her, and then waved at her. She hesitated for a moment before walking over to Yan Yi. Yan Yi carried her up with his other arm, and then he kissed both Lei Lin and Schwer on the cheek. In the beginning, Schwer was slightly distant, but it didn't take long for her to gradually get used to Yan Yi, and then she started to call him daddy in a very natural manner. After playing with Schwer and Lei Lin for a while, Yan Yi gazed at the young woman standing at the side. The young woman grinned. "Long time no see. Little laborer." "Little laborer." Yan Yi chuckled. It was Bauer, of course. At this moment, she'd grown up into a graceful young woman, but she still seemed utterly mischievous. Besides Bauer, there was another woman there, and this woman once had quite a bit of enmity with him. It was Embark, of course. And Byron nodded slightly when she saw him look at her, and it could be considered as greeting him. Yan Yi nodded lightly to her as well. Even though there was enmity between them in the past, it had been resolved a long time ago. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to look at Su Qingshi. Qingshi, I remember sending some members of the Ding clan in here. How are they? Su Qingshi replied. We left them in an unconscious state. Good. Yang Yi nodded. Besides those who were closest to him, he didn't want anyone else to know about the primordial pagoda, nor did he dare to let others find out about it. Yang Yi asked, Where's little Yao? He looked through the area but didn't see her. Su Qingshi spoke softly. She's in closed-door cultivation. She's charging into the quasi-emperor realm. The quasi-emperor realm. Yang Yi glanced at the others. He was quite surprised because Su Qingshi, Qin Xie, and Embark were emperors. Even Bao, who wasn't fond of cultivating, was a high-rank saint. As for Shui, she was an exalt. As if she noticed Yang Ye's shock, Su Qingshi explained. The spirit energy here is very abundant. Moreover, it's unlike the spirit energy in the outside world. So we cultivate very quickly. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. The spirit energy here was naturally very abundant. After all, there were so few people here yet so much spirit energy. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary spirit energy but violet energy. Even though the violet energy here was much inferior to primordial violet energy, it was countless times better than ordinary spirit energy. So, they naturally cultivated much faster within the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi said, Tell us about everything that has happened throughout these years. Qin Xie hurriedly said, Right, tell us. Don't even think about not mentioning how many women you've gotten in the last few years. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he started to summarize everything that had happened from Profounder Continent to the Radiant Dimension, and then to Dark Hell Continent. Of course, he didn't mention the dangers he faces because he didn't want them to feel worried. Even though Yang Yi had skipped the dangerous events, how could they not realize how dangerous it would have been? Su Qingshi remained silent, and she just held tightly to his hand. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Let's not split up again. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi suddenly said, I want to stay on Dark Hell Continent. Qin Xie said, Me too. And Embark joined in. I want to stay as well. Yang Yi gazed at them while bewilderment filled his eyes. Why? Qin Xie explained. The Sword Alliance is a power that you established, so you definitely need people to manage it. And Embark and I have quite a bit of skill when it comes to management. As for Qingshi, she's your first wife, so her presence will be able to reassure the members of the Sword Alliance. After all, so long as she's here, the others would know that you'd definitely be back one day. In that way, then out of consideration for your power and influence, the residents of this continent would probably not dare to have any malicious thoughts. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, I don't want to be separated from all of you again. Su Qingshi shook her head slightly. We don't want to become your burdens. Even though they were emperors, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, emperors were of no help to him in battle. If they stayed with him, they would only be burdens to him. But if they stayed on Dark Hell Continent, then they would be able to help him. Yang Yi was still quite hesitant. Even though he knew that staying behind was a very good choice for them. After all, it would be very difficult for Yun Banqing to manage the Sword Alliance on her own. Even Yi Luyun, who was so capable of management, found it almost impossible to completely manage the Sword Alliance, let alone Yun Banqing. So, if Su Qingshi and the others stayed, it would be very beneficial to the Sword Alliance. However, he really didn't want to be separated from them when they'd just been reunited. Especially Yang Nianxue. Su Qingshi seemed to know what he was thinking and spoke softly. We don't want to be separated as well, but we have a stronger desire to help you. Yang Yi glanced at them and nodded. Fine. When Yang Yi brought Su Qingshi and the others to the Sword Alliance, countless people started to discuss it animatedly. Even Yi Luyun and Yun Banqing were astounded. After all, even they had never met Su Qingshi and the others. They are my wives. As soon as Yang Yi introduced them, the entire Sword Alliance was filled with clamorous noise. Even though they were shocked and bewildered, it didn't take long for them to accept Su Qingshi and the others. Besides that, Yang Yi delayed his trip because of them, and he stayed with them for around 10 days before he led the others out of Dark Hell Continent on the Void Cloud Shuttle. Meanwhile, Shuer looked up at the Void Cloud Shuttle that had transformed into a black dot in the sky and asked, "Mom, will Dad come back?" Su Qingshi rubbed Shuer's head gently and smiled. "He definitely will. Because both of us are here, so this is his home." On the Void Cloud Shuttle, Yang Yi sat cross-legged in his room. At this moment, his mind was immersed into the Primordial Pagoda. The Primordial Pagoda hadn't just recovered, even the third level had been opened. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and arrived at a gray and hazy world. There was a door not too far ahead from him, and it was open. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for an instant, and then he walked in. How could this be possible? Yang Yi's surprised and bewildered voice resounded once he walked through the door. Chapter 1359 Authority. After he entered through the door, he arrived at a room. The room wasn't huge. It was less than 300 m in both length and width, and there was nothing in it. It was completely empty. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, the sword spirit appeared by his side. She glanced at the surroundings and frowned slightly. Something is off. Yang Yi sensed the surroundings carefully and nodded. Indeed. Even though they felt that something was slightly off, they couldn't put a finger on it. Just like that, a long time passed before the sword spirit's pupils suddenly constricted. I've got it. Yang Yi gazed at her. What is it? She turned to look at him. Go out and come back in. Even though he didn't know why she asked him to do that, Yang Yi had done as she had said. Had left the room and walked back in, and then his brows were pressed tightly together. Because he hadn't noticed anything. But it didn't take long for his pupils to constrict slightly. How could this be possible? He noticed that the time within the room was different from the time outside it. The sword spirit nodded while shock filled her eyes. It's truly inconceivable that such a divine treasure actually exists in this world. Turning time backwards. What amazing ability! Yang Yi was puzzled. Turning time back? She explained. You should be aware that true voiders possess the laws of time. They are able to slow down their opponents for a certain period while their own speed remains the same. But in this place, the space here is capable of making time flow backwards. To explain it in simpler terms, if you cultivate here for 10 years, only a year would have passed in the outside world. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed. 10 years there was equivalent to a year outside. It was simply insane. Meanwhile, the sword spirit added, this isn't the laws of time anymore, and it's something that surpasses the laws of time. It's a supreme technique. That old man in Taoist robes might have attained a level that we can't imagine. Yang Yi nodded. He knew the old man was very strong, extremely strong. After all, just a clone of the old man had killed Jian Wuji. How terrifying was that? However, he didn't know exactly how strong the old man was. Meanwhile, the sword spirit shook her head and said, There's no need to think too much about it. It's not impossible for you to attain such a cultivation in the future. Now that you have this room, your cultivation will be much swifter, and you'll attain the Voida realm soon. Attain it as soon as possible because the Emperor realm is far insufficient for you. Of course. Yang Yi nodded. Even though Voiders were no threat to him now, Voiders weren't the only experts in this world. There were semi-deities and even deities. Moreover, there were even stronger existences above the deity realm. If he didn't possess formidable strength, then what would he do if he had to face an expert like Jian Su or Blind Maiden one day? He had to grow stronger. He had to grow ceaselessly stronger. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, Let's go! There was no rush to cultivate immediately. In any case, the room was within him, so he could enter it at any time. The sword spirit nodded and transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's body. Once he left the room, Yang Yi didn't return to reality. He went to the pavilion of alchemy on the tuned level. There was a young girl lying there. It was Shao Qi who was still unconscious. He felt a huge amount of guilt towards her, because she'd fallen unconscious while trying to save him. Besides allowing her to just wake up on her own, the only other way to wake her up was to refine a suitable medicinal pill. However, he hadn't had any time to study the Tao of alchemy, so Shao Qi had been unconscious until now. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, "Once I'm done with the matters in the radiant dimension, I'll focus on alchemy and wake you up. I guarantee it won't take more than a year." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking towards the furnace. At the moment Yang Yi turned around, Shao Qi's finger had moved slightly. At the same time, a thread of blue light suddenly appeared on her forehead. But it only took a moment for it to vanish. Yang Yi hadn't noticed all of that. Had arrived before the furnace, and there was a flame blazing within it. Yan Yi's face gradually grew solemn as he gazed at it. And Mo Xiaoling's flames were very strong and terrifying, but the divine yin flame before him was absolutely stronger. And Mo Xiaoling's flames felt very dangerous to him, but the divine yin flame didn't just feel dangerous, he actually felt terrified while standing before it. After all, even Blind Maiden, Jiansu, and the demonic dragon hadn't made him feel like that. He possessed a body at the epic realm, but he would definitely be instantly transformed into ashes if he were to jump into the furnace. That was something he believed with absolute certainty. Could he control it? This wasn't a thought that Head only had now. Head had such a thought from the moment he laid eyes on it. However, at that time, Head immediately rejected the thought once it appeared in his mind. After all, his strength was too weak, so it was best to not hold such thoughts. Yet now, he was an emperor, and his strength was much greater than before. If he could control it, then his strength would definitely rise tremendously. Because even Blind Maiden would probably dare not go head-on against the divine yin flame. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment before stretching his hand forward towards it. Suddenly, the sword spirit appeared by his side and shook her head. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he nodded. It was obviously impossible for him to subdue the divine yin flame with his current strength. If he tried to force it, then it might backfire. Even though it was quite a pity, his life was more important. Right when Yang Yi and the sword spirit had turned around and started walking away, a voice suddenly resounded. "Come again when you've accessed the 4th level." Yang Yi and the sword spirit's bodies trembled, and then they exchanged glances. Both their eyes were filled with shock. A moment of silence ensued as they gazed at the divine yin flame. Because the voice had come from within the furnace. Yang Yi gulped and asked, You can speak?" However, the divine yin flame didn't answer him. Yang Yi refused to give up and repeated the question a few more times, but it didn't answer him. Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit, and the latter shook her head. "Come back when you've accessed the 4th level." Yang Yi nodded. He glanced at the divine yin flame, and then he left the pavilion of alchemy. Outside the pavilion, Yang Yi was puzzled. "That fellow can clearly speak, yet why won't he answer me?" The sword spirit glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Do you really want to know?" Yang Yi replied, "Of course," she explained. "There's only one explanation. You're too weak right now, so he feels that you're not qualified to speak with him." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Even she has started to be playful. Yang Yi shook his head and returned to the Void Cloud shuttle. Yang Yi was standing at the bow while Yi Luyun was by his side. At this moment, the Void Cloud shuttle had left Dark Hell Continent and was in space. Endless stars filled their fields of vision. There were shooting stars flashing through the distance from time to time and vanished from their fields of vision. "So space is so beautiful!" Yi Luyun gazed at the stars that covered the sky and couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. "Indeed!" Yang Yi nodded. It was the first time that he was in space. Needless to say, a person would notice how tiny he or she is when standing amidst the endless starry sky. Humans were like specks of dust when compared to the boundless universe. Of course, a universe was very tiny to some. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "How many people came with us?" Yi Luyan pondered deeply for a moment and said, "A total of 11 voiders. There were 12, but Senior Jian Su vanished, so only 11 remain. There are 4 from our Sword Alliance, and they are Senior Jian Ji, Qian Lan Kong, Shui Lin Lang, and Senior He Yuan. As for emperors, a total of 3,000 came. Our Sword Alliance and the Slayer Pavilion have a total of around 1,000. The rest are from the 3 sects and 3 cities." Yi Luyan hesitated briefly at this point and asked, "Are we going to fight someone?" "I'm going to get some people." Yang Yi gazed at the dense expanse of stars and said, "I hope there's no need to fight." He didn't want to waste time in the radiant dimension because Lady was still waiting for him. Yi Luyan nodded and said, "The 3 cities and 3 sects are following us because of your power and influence. They dare not refuse you. But it won't last for long. What exactly do you plan to do with them?" "I don't want to force them to join the Sword Alliance," replied Yang Yi. Even though he could do that and had the ability to do so, it would bury a seed of disaster for the Sword Alliance. "I understand what you mean," she said. "I have a way," Yang Yi replied. "Go on," she explained. "Benefits. Use benefits to tie them to us and make them take the initiative to stay with the Sword Alliance," Yang Yi said. "Continue." She smiled. "Just Dark Hell Continent is too small for our Sword Alliance, right?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, "Luyan, you have great aspirations, and you've thought very far ahead," she said. "Many powers control more than one world. Our Sword Alliance is growing stronger and stronger, so it naturally can't just stand still. We have to obtain even more worlds. Once we obtain those worlds, we can share a little of the benefits to the 3 cities and 3 sections. We can allow them to send their forces to that world to establish a power of their own in that world. In that way, they'll naturally follow close behind our Sword Alliance. At that time, they wouldn't leave even if you asked them to." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Luyan, have you already started making arrangements for the Sword Alliance's future development and expansion?" Yi Luyan nodded. "There are many things that have to be planned in advance." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm lucky to gain your help." Yi Luyan smiled and spoke seriously. "Actually, I like doing this. You know, when I was a mercenary in the past, all of us were like ants in the eyes of emperors and voiders. Whenever we encountered the disciples of those sects or cities, or even if we encountered emperors, we would hide as far away as we could. Because we were absolutely afraid of offending them. Yet now, while I'm just an emperor, even voiders dare not be disrespectful to me." As she spoke, she stretched her hand forward in Yang Yi's direction, and then she slowly clenched it tightly. "I've become addicted to the feeling of possessing power and authority." Yang Yi gazed at her for a few breaths of time before he said, "Since you've become addicted to it, then make it grow larger and larger." Yi Luyan smiled. "Of course." Yang Yi smiled, and then he turned to look towards the distance. "We've arrived." There was a huge teleportation formation in the distance. Needless to say, it was the stellar teleportation formation that Blind Maiden had told him about. Chapter 1360 Fight Both Man and the Heavens. Chapter 1360 Fight Both Man and the Heavens. The Void Cloud shuttle sped up under Yang Yi's orders and entered the teleportation formation. As soon as it did, a mysterious force enveloped them, and then a spatial passageway that seemed as if it was made of stars appeared before them. It didn't take long for a ray of dazzling starlight to erupt from the passageway, and then it enveloped them before the scene before their eyes started to blur. It was because they were moving too swiftly. After an unknown amount of time passed, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, he was on a huge stone platform that stretched out for around 3 kilometers in all directions. A huge stellar teleportation formation was in the air above the stone platform, and they'd emerged from that exact formation. There were countless similar stone platforms all around them. Yang Yi took a quick glance and noticed that there were at least a few tens of thousands of them. Meanwhile, Yi Luyan suddenly said, "Look up!" Yang Yi looked up and saw a dense expanse of stars covering the sky above them. It wasn't just there, Even their surroundings were filled with stars. But those stars were quite far away from them. No wonder it's called Stellar City, Yi Luyun continued. This isn't a star at all. It's a city that was built in space. Yang Yi nodded while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. Blind Maiden had said that Stellar City was created by a clan in the large world. He didn't have an idea of what such a clan was like, but now that he'd seen this city, he knew that it was definitely extremely terrifying. After all, was it not terrifying to be able to build a city in outer space? In any case, he couldn't accomplish that. Suddenly, the space before them rippled, and it didn't take long for a man in black armor to appear before Yang Ye's group. The man glanced indifferently at them and said, "The teleportation fees are 500 divine crystals." Divine crystals? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He only knew energy stones and violet crystals. He'd never heard of divine crystals. The man glanced at Yang Yi and asked, "Is it your first time here?" Yang Yi nodded. The man said, "One divine crystal is equivalent to 100 violet crystals, so you can pay with 50,000 violet crystals as well." 50,000 violet crystals. Yi Luyun and the others felt shocked. After all, it wasn't a small number. Even though it wasn't a huge amount to the Sword Alliance, they felt that it was quite expensive just for a single teleportation. Yi Luyun and the others weren't the only ones to feel shocked. Even Yang Yi was quite surprised. "Isn't that a little too much?" Meanwhile, the man said, "Only my Situ clan is capable of providing stellar teleportation in this universe. A monopoly." Yang Yi had immediately thought of this when he heard the man. No wonder it's so expensive. So only they can accomplish this. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flick a spatial ring over. He could afford to pay 50,000 violet crystals. After all, he had almost 3 million violet crystals right now. All of them had been created by Snowy. Yang Yi couldn't help but slowly clench his fists when he thought of Snowy. "Damn you! Mo Xiaoling!" A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. He'd been careless that day. He hadn't expected Mo Xiaoling to summon an expert from her clan to capture Zier and Snowy. If he knew that would happen, he would have stopped at nothing to kill Mob Xiaoling before that happened. The man glanced at the spatial ring and nodded, and he was about to leave when Yi Luyun suddenly spoke. "Please wait a moment." The man stopped and gazed at her. She flicked a spatial ring over to the man. The man glanced at it, and he noticed 10,000 violet crystals within it. 10,000 violet crystals were equivalent to 100 divine crystals, and that was equivalent to a month of his wages. So, he didn't hesitate to take it, and then he gazed at Yi Luyun. "I'm Li Shi, and I'm in charge of this teleportation formation." Yi Luyun smiled when she saw him take the spatial ring, and she said, "Brother Li, we've new here, and we don't know much. Please enlighten us." Li Shi asked, "What do you want to know?" Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Why don't you tell us what we should know?" Li Shi glanced at Yi Luyun and said, "This is the Shi clan's territory. Even though it's at the large world, don't defend the Shi clan here. Besides that, while it's the Shi clan's territory, the forces of many other powers from the large world are here as well. Because this is the interchange between all the medium and small worlds. In short, the situation here is very complicated, so it's best to act cautiously." Yi Luyun nodded slightly and said, "We want to head to the Radiant Dimension. Do we teleport there from here?" Li Shi shook his head and answered her. "The teleportation formations here are one way. If you want to travel to other worlds, you have to head to the teleportation platform at the north of the city. There are teleportation formations to countless worlds there. So long as you pay the fees and provide the name or coordinates of your destination, you'll be teleported there. However, you can't teleport to other worlds right now." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Li Shi replied. "Not long ago, someone seemed to have drawn upon the energy of countless stars, and it affected our teleportation formations. They are being repaired right now, but it probably won't take long." Drew upon the energy of countless stars? The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. "Am I the cause?" Meanwhile, Li Shi said, "You can rest in Divine Sky Pavilion within the city." "Right, the Azure Cloud Merchant Group is holding an auction tonight. It's the biggest and best merchant group in the city, and all the items in their previous auctions have been pretty good. Supposedly, there are even treasures above the Void rank, the Origin rank, being auctioned off this time. If you have enough funds, you can try to bid for the Origin rank treasures." Yi Luyun suddenly asked, "Does Azure Cloud Merchant Group belong to the Shi clan?" Li Shi shook his head. "No. Anyone can open stores in the city by paying rental to the Shi clan." "Right, even though I don't know which world Azure Cloud Merchant Group is from, they are quite strong. So, you absolutely shouldn't think about targeting them. Actually, I should say that anyone capable of opening a store in this city is strong." "Understood." Yi Luyun nodded slightly, and then she fell into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Shi glanced at them and said, "If there's nothing else that you need, then I'll be leaving now." Yang Yi smiled. "Thank you. It was my duty." As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fist to Yang Yi and the others, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi turned to look at Yi Luyun, and he asked, "What are you thinking about now?" Yi Luyun replied, "This is the place where all worlds meet. In other words, this place is linked to countless worlds. So, we must establish ourselves here. Of course, it's not for the sake of earning violet crystals, and it's for the sake of possessing information related to countless worlds at all times." Yang Yi nodded. "That's a very good idea. Do it and feel free to tell me if you need anything or encounter any problems." Yi Luyun nodded. "There's no rush now. I'll make arrangements once I gain an understanding of this place. Come, let's go to that Divine Sky Pavilion which he told us about." It didn't take long for them to arrive before Divine Sky Pavilion. Yang Yi was quite wealthy and booked an entire floor. In his room, Yang Yi entered the 3rd level of the Primordial Pagoda and started cultivating. Only a day would pass in the outside world while he cultivated for 10 days in there. With such a heaven-defying room to cultivate in, Yang Yi naturally had to cultivate diligently and not waste even a breath of time. Actually, he anticipated the 4th level even more. The Primordial Pagoda had 9 levels, and every single one of them had given him extremely pleasant surprises. Especially the 3rd level. It was an absolutely heaven-defying tool for cultivating. If just the 3rd level was so heaven-defying, then what about the 4th? Moreover, the Divine Flame had told him to access the 4th level before going to see it. If he could gain control over the Divine Flame. Just thinking about it made Yang Yi quite excited. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, focused, and started to concentrate on cultivating. 6 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and returned to the outside world. Yang Yi said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Yi Luyun walked in. She asked, "Are you interested in taking a look at that auction?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Let's go have a look." Stellar City was exceptionally gorgeous at night. Stars would fill one's field of vision upon looking up. Especially these stars in space. They seemed like they were just hanging above them and were within reach. Yang Yi gazed at the stars that covered the sky above them and said, "Actually, it's really not bad to live such a peaceful life with someone you love." Yi Luyun glanced at him and said, "From the moment we became cultivators, it meant that we have to fight both man and the heavens. The path of cultivation is endless. That represents that we might have to fight others and the heavens forever. It can't be helped because you'll die if you refuse to fight." Yang Yi smiled. "I was just expressing my feelings." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi sped up. Yi Luyun glanced at him and hurried off after him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Azure Cloud Merchant Group. They paid 10 divine crystals to enter the auction house. But the auction had already begun. Yang Yi and Yi Luyun found an empty room. Every single room was very far away from each other, and the distance between them was around 30 m. Moreover, they were protected by formations. Once they entered the room, they were completely isolated from the outside world, and the divine sense of others couldn't enter at all. There was a huge stone platform at the center of the auction house, and there was a woman in a green dress standing on it. The woman was beautiful, and she had a warm smile on her face. She glanced at the surroundings and said, "The next item to be auctioned is a slave. Let's skip the introductions and take a look at the goods first." She clapped lightly while she spoke. It didn't take long for the teleportation on her right to light up abruptly, and then a figure appeared on the stone platform. Yang Yi suddenly stood up when he saw that person, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1361. I asked, "So tell me. Understand?" There was a middle-aged man by the woman's side. The middle-aged man's countenance was ghastly pale, while his eyes were deathly still. There was a golden rope coiled around him, and it ceaselessly emanated faint golden threads of light that bound him. Yan Yi was shocked because he recognized the middle-aged man. It was none other than Fen Sengyan, who'd come to the radiant dimension that day to get Lady. What's he doing here? How did he become a slave? Yan Yi's brows were knit tightly together while bewilderment filled his eyes. Has something happened to her? Yan Yi's pupils constricted slightly at the thought of this, and he slowly clenched his fists. At the same time, a strand of panic crept out from the bottom of his heart. Yi Luyun noticed Yan Yi's unusual reaction and asked, "You recognize him?" Yan Yi took a deep breath and said, "Get him." Yi Luyun glanced at Yan Yi, and then she turned to look at the stone platform. The woman in a green dress glanced at the surroundings and smiled. "Everyone, his background isn't normal at all. He's from Clouds of Heaven stellar region. I presume all of you've heard of it. It's at war with the celestial demon stellar region. However, it's in quite a bad situation right now." She smiled sweetly and continued, "I've gone off topic. Let's get back to the main point. I'm sure you've all heard of the War God clan in Clouds of Heaven stellar region. He's from that clan. Moreover, his status is quite high. He's one of the 4 hall masters of the War God clan, the Heavenly Flame Hall's master, Fen Sengyan. His strength is at the true Voida realm, and 2 strands of his soul are in our possession. So, if you're interested in bidding for him, you can rest at ease. There's no need to fear that he will flee or betray you. The starting price is 100 divine crystals." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "Miss Tingyu, will the War God clan look for trouble with us if we buy him?" The woman in a green dress who was called Tingyu glanced in the direction of the voice and said, "That's your own business. We're only in charge of the sales." "Right, allow me to say that Clouds of Heaven stellar region may not exist soon. Because according to the information I obtained, Clouds of Heaven stellar region is being pushed back repeatedly in their battle with the celestial demon stellar region. If it received no help from outsiders, then I'm certain it won't take more than 2 years for the War God clan to be wiped out from this world." A voice suddenly resounded. "Why?" It was Yang Yi who'd asked. Tingyu glanced at Yang Yi and Yi Liyun's direction, and then she withdrew her gaze and said, "The starting bid is 100 divine crystals. Let's begin." She ignored me. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. However, his skin was quite thick, so it only took a moment for him to recover from it and gaze at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun said, "I noticed something when we entered, and it's that the position of these rooms is different. For example, look over there." As she spoke, she pointed at a room that was 300 m away from them. That room was covered by a formation as well, but there was a small word on the barrier of light created by the formation, VIP. Yi Luyun said, "Understand?" Yang Yi nodded. Simply speaking, they were amongst the general public, so they had no status and had been ignored. He naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. Even though he felt quite a bit of aversion towards people who looked down on others, the world was just that realistic. If one didn't possess strength, then not to mention others, even the people closest to them might look down on them. Meanwhile, the bidding for Fen Sengyan had gone up to 1,000 divine crystals or 100,000 violet crystals. Such an amount was definitely an astronomical figure to ordinary cultivators, but it was probably just changed to the people here. No, it might not even be changed to them. The gap between the rich and poor was unimaginable. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly asked, "Are you determined to get him?" Yang Yi nodded. Even though he didn't know why Fin Sengyan had fallen to such a state, he was Lada's subordinate. So, since had seen Fin Sengyan in such a state, he naturally had to lend a hand. Yi Luyun nodded, and then she gazed at the stone platform and said, 3,000 divine crystals! Tinyu was shocked when she heard this, and she turned to look in Yang Yi and Yi Luyun's direction. Yang Yi gazed at her with quite a bit of surprise as well, because Shed instantly increased the bid from 1,000 to 3,000 divine crystals. That was equivalent to 300,000 violet crystals. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to understand the reason. Even though it was quite a large number, a true voider was worth that price. 3,500! Suddenly, a voice resounded. A smile instantly curled up on the corners of Tingius' mouth. If people competed for the item, then the price would grow higher and higher. The higher it got, the more her commission would be. Suddenly, a voice resounded. 5,000! It was Yi Luyun. The corners of Yan Yi's eyes couldn't help but twitch when he heard her bid 5,000 divine crystals. After all, that was almost half of everything he had. That isn't how you spend money. Yan Yi's heart felt like it was bleeding, but he didn't stop her. Yi Luyun's wealth had clearly shocked the other bidder. So, after Tingyu asked 3 times in succession yet no one made another bid, Fin Sengyan was sold to Yang Yi. Yi Luyun gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Does it hurt? Yang Yi told the truth. Slightly. Yi Luyun said. You were determined to get him, so I had no other choice. Otherwise, if anything unexpected occurs, then the price might go even higher. Even though we spend a little more, it's safer. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly said, How many violet crystals do you have? Yang Yi replied, Around a little over 1,000,000. Why? Yi Luyun shot him a strange gaze. I really can't figure out how you earn so many violet crystals. It's almost comparable to half a month of the Sword Alliance's income. Yang Yi smiled. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. Half a month of the Sword Alliance's income? The Sword Alliance earns that much in half a month? Yi Luyun blinked. What? You didn't know? Right, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. Yang Yi felt speechless. Yi Luyun smiled. Do you know how many violet crystals the Sword Alliance earns every day from the city's entrance fees and residency fees? You're definitely unable to imagine the amount. Just the entrance fees bring in almost 300,000 violet crystals every month. Besides that, the other fees collected in the city, like the land rented out to others and the residency fees to remain in the city, brings in around 3 million violet crystals every month. Of course, a huge amount of that has to be used to maintain the normal operations of the city. However, the remaining violet crystals are still a huge amount. Yang Yi asked? You brought violet crystals with you when you came, right? Yi Luyun nodded. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, How many? She replied, 3 million. 3 million! Yang Yi's face was covered in shock. Because 3 million violet crystals were equivalent to 30,000 divine crystals. Yi Luyun rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, You look like they don't belong to you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Luyun, I suddenly feel quite worried. I'm worried that you might betray me one day, and the Sword Alliance's treasury will definitely be completely emptied out by you. The authority he'd give her was truly too great. It was so great that she practically held the greatest amount of authority beneath him. Even the Blade Group head created would give her face. Because as far as the others were concerned, she was the subordinary that he trusted the most. It was even to the extent that many felt that Yi Luyun's decisions were actually Yang Yi's decisions. If Yi Luyun betrayed him, then the Sword Alliance would definitely collapse. After all, many had been fostered by her to their current positions or attainments in their cultivation. Besides that, she practically knew everything about the Sword Alliance, and she even knew it better than him, the actual master of the Sword Alliance. Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Are you afraid? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. So long as I'm alive, you'll never betray me, nor would you dare to do so. Right. Yi Luyun gazed at him for a long time and chuckled. Confident men are always the most charming. The slave you purchased is here. Yang Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from outside. Yi Luyun said, "Come in." As soon as she finished speaking, a man in black armor led Fin Tsengyan into the room. Fin Kenjian's eyes instantly opened wide upon laying eyes on Yang Yi. You. How could it possibly be you? He naturally recognized Yang Yi. After all, had objected when Lady gave her ring to Yang Yi. Moreover, had even aroused killing intent towards Yang Yi, but Lady had stopped him. He hadn't expected to meet Yang Yi here and under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the man in black armor asked, "Both of you know each other?" Yi Luyun flicked a spatial ring over to the man. The man took it, and then sent a ball of energy over to Yi Luyun. There were 2 thumb-sized strands of brown gas within it. It was the strands of Fin Kenjian's soul. Once Yi Luyun received the ball of energy, the man cupped his fist towards Yang Yi and Yi Luyun before waving his hand. He reclaimed the rope that bound Fin Tsengyan, and then he left. Fin Tsengyan glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Thank you?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "It was nothing. Tell me how she is." Fin Tsengyan hesitated for a moment and said, "Allow me to be honest. It's best if you don't interfere in my young miss' business." Suddenly Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Fin Kenjian's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi's figure vanish, and he was about to counterattack. However, a strand of terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down upon him, and then a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. Yang Yi gazed coldly at Fin Tsengyan, who was completely stunned on the spot, and he said, "I asked, so tell me. Understand?" Chapter 1362 I'll deal with it for her. Chapter 1362 I'll deal with it for her. That's rebirth rank sword intent. Fin Tsengyan stared fixedly at Yang Yi while disbelief filled his eyes. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to have actually attained rebirth rank sword intent. Yang Yi withdrew his sword. "I saved you because of her. Don't think too much of yourself. Now tell me about her." Fin Tsengyan remained silent. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you want to continue being a slave?" Fin Tsengyan's expression changed slightly. Only now did he recall that his soul was still in Yang Yi's hands. He remained silent for a while before he said, "She's in a very bad situation." Yang Yi said, "Tell me in detail." Fin Tsengyan said, "Actually, once the young miss had recovered, while we were still no match for celestial demon stellar region, we'd alleviated the situation a little and were barely able to resist them. However, some experts appeared amongst the forces of celestial demon stellar region, and we instantly lost 7 worlds. Moreover, the Patriarch and young miss were injured in a battle with the demon lord of celestial demon stellar region." Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and a long time passed before he said, "Go on." Fin Tsengyan glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "According to the information we gathered, those experts were from Sky River stellar region. The Alliance of Guardians." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The radiant dimension was within the Sky River stellar region's territory, and it belonged to the Alliance of Guardians. Fin Tsengyan said, "Celestial demon stellar region found out about what happened in the radiant dimension, so they sent their forces to form an alliance with the Alliance of Guardians. As for the Alliance of Guardians, they were displeased by the young miss's interference that day, so they immediately agreed to send experts to assist celestial demon stellar region. I caused this." Yang Yi took a deep breath and closed his eyes slowly. Fin Tsengyan sized up Yang Yi and felt extremely shocked in his heart. After all, Yang Yi was merely a half-saint when they met that day. Yet now, he was an emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi's strength was so terrifying. Even though he'd been taken by surprise earlier and didn't have any profound energy because he just regained his freedom, Yang Yi was just an emperor, and he was a true voider. If it was any ordinary emperor, he could eliminate that emperor with a wave of his hand, even if he had no profound energy. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "How is the current situation? We only have 3 worlds left." Fin Tsengyan continued, If this continues, we'll be able to hold on for a year at most. A year! Yang Yi tightened his grip on the sword in his grasp, and then he glanced at Fen Sengyan. How did you get captured? Fen Sengyan hesitated for a moment and said, We're in a terrible state right now. If we gain no outside help, then clouds of heaven's stellar region will definitely be destroyed. However, there's no power willing to assist our stellar region now. Besides the wildlands stellar region. Yang Yi asked? That stellar region that your patriarch wanted to use her to form an alliance with. Fen Sengyan nodded. Wildlands stellar region is formidable, and on par with celestial demon stellar region. If they are willing to help, then our clouds of heaven's stellar region will definitely be able to overcome this danger it's facing. However, they have a condition. If we want them to step forward and help, then the young miss must be married into their clan. I was specially sent to Wildlands stellar region. He glanced at Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point. To discuss the alliance through marriage. A ghastly cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Was it your patriarch's decision, or her decision? Fen Sengyan hesitated for a moment and said, It was hers. Yang Yi gazed at Fen Sengyan, while his face instantly turned icy cold. Want to die? Fen Sengyan was shocked because Yang Yi had really aroused killing intent towards him. Yang Yi spoke coldly. Tell me the truth. Based on Lady's character, he was absolutely certain that she was definitely not someone who would make such a compromise and marry another to gain help. She would absolutely not do something so humiliating. Yang Yi knew that if he didn't go find her in 3 years, then she would definitely fight to the death. Fen Sengyan remained silent for a while before he said, It was the patriarch. Why said, Your patriarch dares to do that without her approval? Fen Sengyan replied, If she doesn't agree, then everyone in our stellar region will die. Yang Yi spoke coldly. All of you are forcing her to do it. Fen Sengyan explained, What else can we do? Do you know? Countless people are dying every single day. Remember those people who came to the radiant dimension with me, all of them have died in battle. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, You don't have to go to Wildlands stellar region. Fen Sengyan asked, What do you mean? She's mine. Yang Yi looked him in the eyes and said, I'll deal with it for her. Fen Sengyan was stunned, and then he spoke without thinking. You're overestimating. He'd wanted to tell Yang Yi that Yang Yi was overestimating his ability, but Fen Sengyan had suddenly stopped. His soul was still in Yang Yi's hands, and Yang Yi was clearly not a normal person. What if he infuriated Yang Yi and Yang Yi crushed his soul? Yang Yi naturally knew what Fen Sengyan was thinking, but he didn't care. He sized up Fen Sengyan and said, How did you become a slave? Fen Sengyan replied, I encountered the Evil Rise cult's members while traveling to Wildlands stellar region and was captured by them. The Evil Rise cult? Yang Yi frowned. Which stellar region are they from? Fen Sengyan shook his head. It's an organization that doesn't belong to any stellar region. They specialize in capturing all sorts of demon beasts, sprite kings, human experts, and even the devil race. In short, they capture anyone and anything, and then sell them. Countless powers have a huge headache because of them, and they want to eliminate the Evil Rise cult. However, the Evil Rise cult is very mysterious and doesn't have a fixed base. So, not to mention eliminating them, we don't even know how many experts or members the Evil Rise cult has. Fen Sengyan glanced at Yang Yi and continued, If you encounter them, then run as far away as you can. Their experts far surpass your imagination. Even celestial demon stellar region doesn't dare to offend them. The Evil Rise cult! Yang Yi shook his head. From this moment onward, you'll follow me and obey my orders. Understand? Fen Sengyan said. I want to go back. Our stellar region really needs my help. It won't change a thing. Yang Yi said. I'll take you there soon. Fen Sengyan spoke in a low voice. You're really going to go there? Yang Yi replied. Of course. Fen Sengyan said. Allow me to be honest. You'll actually just be giving your life away. Yang Yi said. I'm going even if that's true. Fen Tsengyen was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. I told you to follow me, so just do as I say." Fen Tsengyen glanced at Yang Yi and didn't speak. Yang Yi didn't pay any further attention to Fen Tsengyen, and he turned to look towards the stone platform instead. A few items had already been auctioned away. There had been techniques, equipment, and even natural treasures. All of them had been extraordinary treasures, and some had even been sold for over 10,000 divine crystals. Not enough money! It was the first time Yang Yi felt so poor. Yang Yi watched a while longer. All the following treasures were very good, and he was even quite tempted by some. However, they were too expensive. In the end, Yang Yi decided to leave because not seeing them was better. Right when Yang Ye's group was about to leave, Yang Yi heard Ting Yu suddenly say, "Everyone, the next item is a technique, the Stellar Ward technique. It's a low-grade origin rank technique." Yang Yi suddenly stopped when he heard up to this point, and there was a trace of pleasant surprise in his eyes when he turned to look at the stone platform. The Stellar Ward technique. He'd cultivated it, but it wasn't the complete version of it. According to the Dean of White Deer Academy, Xiao Bieli, an expert of the Academy had obtained it by chance while traveling through outer space. But for some reason, it was an incomplete copy. But while it was incomplete, it was extremely heaven-defying. However, the incomplete version wasn't very useful to him at his current strength, because his body was already far stronger than it. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Ting Yu, and he listened quietly. Ting Yu glanced at the surroundings and explained with a smile on her face. "The Stellar Ward technique is at the origin rank. If it's cultivated, even a semi-deity would probably find it difficult to pierce your physical defenses. The starting bid is 5,000 divine crystals and the minimum increments are 1,000 divine crystals." Suddenly a voice resounded. "Miss Ting Yu, only those who can cultivate stellar energy are able to cultivate that technique, right?" Ting Yu's expression changed slightly, and then she glanced at Yang Ye's room with an icy cold gaze. She naturally knew that it could only be cultivated by someone who'd cultivated stellar energy, but besides the residents of Stellar Continent, there was practically no one else in this world who could cultivate stellar energy. In other words, unless that cultivator had cultivated stellar energy, the Stellar War technique was barely useful to ordinary cultivators. No, it was actually useless. The others weren't aware, so they would have definitely fought to obtain it. Yet now they knew, so there would definitely be no one who would bid for it. Sure enough, no one made a bid once they found out that stellar energy was required. Ting Yu glanced coldly at the room Yang Yi was in. She was just about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded. 6,000 divine crystals! Ting Yu's gaze descended onto Yang Ye's room again because the voice had come from there. A long period of silence filled the surroundings. There was still no one who made a bid. Even though an origin rank technique was good, what was the point of obtaining it when it couldn't be cultivated? 6,000 divine crystals weren't a small amount. A few breaths of time later, there were still no other bids. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Miss Ting Yu, does it belong to me now?" Ting Yu looked in Yang Ye's direction for a short while before she smiled. "Of course." It didn't take long for the Stellar Ward technique to be sent to Yang Ye's room. However, it was Ting Yu who brought it to them. Ting Yu passed the scroll to Yang Yi and smiled. "Congratulations, Alliance Master Yang!" Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. Chapter 1363 Hit Me. "You know who I am?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He was naturally surprised because Head never been to Stellar City, and it was the first time Head met her. But she knew him. Why did she know who he was? He didn't think his reputation had spread through the universe. "She investigated us." Meanwhile, Yi Luyan said, "If I'm not wrong, she sent her people to investigate us once we won our once bid. Actually, it's very easy to determine our background. For example, they just have to find out which teleportation platform we came from, and they would naturally know where we were from." Ting Yu gazed at Yi Luyan, and a trace of surprise and shock flashed through her eyes. Because everything Yi Luyan said was accurate. Once Yang Yes Group had won their first bid, Shed sent her forces to investigate Yang Yes Group. After all, no ordinary person could produce 5,000 divine crystals at once. Once he noticed the change in Tingius' expression, Yang Yi knew that Yi Lian's guess was almost completely accurate. He was quite surprised in his heart. He was surprised by the merchant group's ability to determine their origins in such a short while. It showed how powerful the merchant group was within Stellar City. Yang Yi said, "Miss Tingyu, do you need something?" Tingyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Yang Yi. "I never expected that the restrictions over Dark Hell Continent were actually eliminated. Besides that, Dark Hell Continent was even completely united. The biggest surprise was that it was actually an emperor that accomplished that." She sized up Yang Yi at this point and continued, "I'm quite curious how you united Dark Hell Continent with your strength." Yang Yi said, "Miss Tingyu, you came here just for that?" "Of course not." She smiled, and then she withdrew a silver card and passed it to Yang Yi. "Alliance Master Yang, this is our ordinary VIP card. Anyone who spends 10,000 divine crystals can obtain this card. You can book a room in advance with this card, and you can enjoy many member benefits of ours." Yang Yi didn't refuse it and took the card. "We have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now," Tingyu said. "Our merchant group will be auctioning off a final item in a while. It's a treasure at the origin rank. Alliance Master Yang, are you not going to have a look?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't have more divine crystals, so it's a waste of time. Miss Tingyu, farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and left. Tingyu was stunned, and then she shook her head and chuckled. "They really are from a remote place. What a waste of a VIP card." Dark Hell Continent had once been a medium world, but it was even inferior to a small world now. So, a person from such a place was naturally not worth becoming on friendly terms with. After he left the auction house, Yang Yi said, "Lu Yun, find out when the teleportation formation will be repaired." After he found out about the situation that lady was in, he couldn't wait to head to the Radiant Dimension and get in Nanjing and the others. Yi Luyan said, "I sent someone earlier." "Well, find out right away once it's repaired." Yang Yi nodded and thought to himself, "Luckily, I brought her with me. She's far-sighted, so I can avoid a lot of trouble while I have her by my side." Yang Yes Group didn't speak and just sped up. Once they returned to Divine Sky Pavilion, Yang Yi returned to his room. Moreover, he gave the order that no one beside Yi Lu Yun is to disturb him. Yang Yi withdrew the scroll with the Stellar Ward technique. Had merely just unrolled it when it transformed into a ray of light that entered the center of his forehead. After that, a string of information appeared in his mind. The Stellar Ward technique, a low-grade origin rank technique. Once activated, stellar energy can be drawn into the body to crystallize the body. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then he vanished from the room. Once he left the room, Yang Yi found a random pavilion, and he sat cross-legged on its roof. After that, he silently circulated the Stellar Ward technique to absorb the stellar energy in the sky. As the technique circulated, the boundless starlight in the sky started to surge slowly in Yang Yi's direction. As they surged into his body started to emanate faint starlight. Actually, there wasn't a huge difference between the complete and incomplete versions of the Stellar Ward technique. The method of cultivation was the same. So, it was absolutely easy for him to cultivate it. Especially when he was in Stellar City. After all, the stellar energy here was truly too thick. In the past, the incomplete Stellar Ward technique merged the stellar energy into his skin, blood, and bones. Yet now, the complete version didn't just merge stellar energy into his entire body, it even made his body crystallize. What did that mean? Crystallization represented the stellar form. Once he activated it, and drew stellar energy into himself, the stellar energy would solidify and transform his entire body into a stellar form. It didn't look much different in appearance to the incomplete version of the Stellar Ward technique, but there was actually a huge difference. It was a qualitative difference. Suddenly Yang Yi's clothes shattered into bits, and it didn't take long for his body to start transforming. In just a short while, there was a crystal blue layer of scales on Yang Yi's skin, and then his entire body and even eyes were gradually covered by a layer of crystal blue scales. However, the scales over his eyes were translucent. Moreover, there was faint crystal blue energy flickering through the scales. A long time passed before Yang Yi stood up slowly. He gazed at the scales which covered his entire body, and then he took a deep breath and touched his chest gently. It felt icy cold like ice, and this shocked Yang Yi. After all, his hand was covered in scales, yet he was able to clearly sense how cold the scales were. What did that represent? It represented that these scales wouldn't affect his movements at all. Indeed, even though there was a layer of scales over him, they felt as if they didn't exist. Moreover, he felt like his body had grown lighter. Yang Yi stretched his body for a while, and then he summoned the sword spirit. Yang Yi pointed at his chest and said, "Try hitting me. Let's see if you can pierce my defenses." He wanted to know how strong his defenses were. His intuition told him that it was strong, extremely strong. Based on his current physical defenses, he wouldn't suffer any injuries even if he stood there and allowed a voider to hit him all day and night. The sword spirit glanced at him and said, "Are you sure?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." She nodded slightly, and then transformed into the sword precursor before turning into a ray of light that stabbed against Yang Yi's chest. Hiss! A muffled bang resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed over 10 m away. Once he stopped moving, he had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. Because there was a hole in his chest. There was only a hole on the scales and not his body, and it was naturally because the sword spirit had held back. Yang Yi had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. "It's so weak!" "It isn't weak!" Meanwhile, she appeared before Yang Yi and said, "Not to mention that it's only a low-grade origin rank technique, even a high-grade origin rank technique can't withstand an attack from me." Yang Yi instantly came to a sudden understanding. Had almost forgotten that the sword spirit surpassed the known ranks of quality. No matter how strong the stellar ward technique was, it had a rank, but the sword spirit surpassed the ranking system. So, how could it resist her? Simply speaking, the stellar ward technique wasn't weak. It was the sword precursor that was too sharp. Meanwhile, the sword spirit said, "If your current physical defenses are supplemented by the stellar war technique and the phantom shield, then not to mention a voider, even semi-deities would find it difficult to harm you. However, you have to be absolutely careful if you encounter an expert like Jian-Su. Such experts aren't existences that you can fight right now. It's impossible even if you use me. The gap between your cultivations is too huge, and it isn't something that can be made up for with external sources of strength." Yang Yi nodded. Jian-Su hadn't even used his full strength during the battle with Yang Yi that day. If Jian-Su had no intention to delay and fought with his full strength, then Yang Yi would probably be dead. As for an expert like Lady and Blind Maiden, it was obvious. It wouldn't just be impossible if he used the sword spirit. It would be impossible even if Cheongqi joined forces with him as well. However, it was still possible to struggle against such experts. After all, his strength had risen tremendously, and Cheongqi had recovered slightly as well. In short, he was very strong to many, but he was still very weak to some. It depended on who he compared himself with. He naturally wouldn't compare himself with those who were weaker to him. After all, he would only realize what he lacked and avoid becoming conceited by comparing himself with stronger experts. Yang Yi glanced at the scales on his body and issued a command in his heart. It didn't take long for the scales to gradually vanish, and then a green robe covered his body. He didn't have the habit of staying naked. Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit and said, "Let's return." She nodded slightly. Suddenly, Yang Yi and the sword spirit frowned simultaneously, and then they looked towards the distance. A man in a green robe was shooting forward in their direction. He was extremely swift, and it only took an instant for him to arrive before Yang Yi and the sword spirit. There were a few formidable auras behind the man. Yang Yi glanced at the man and moved aside. He was allowing the man to pass because he didn't want to get into any trouble. Right when the man was about to pass them, he suddenly stopped momentarily and said, "I've got it. Protect me. It'll get away first." It seemed like he'd done it on purpose because his voice was extremely loud, and it could be heard clearly from at least 30 kilometers away. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shot towards the distance. Yan Ye's face instantly became gloomy. "Do I look like I'm easy to bully?" Yan Yi remained silent for an instant, and then Blink appeared behind him. A moment later, Yan Yi appeared in front of the green-robed man. The green-robed man was shocked. An emperor is actually that swift? Meanwhile, Yan Yi stretched out his hand and said, "Where is it?" The green-robed man was speechless. Chapter 1364 Freedom or Your Life? Suddenly, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. The green-robed man's expression changed drastically and was about to react. However, a sword pressed against his forehead, causing him to feel horrified. A moment later, the scene before his eyes flashed as he vanished on the spot. After Yan Yi and the green-robed man vanished, 3 old men appeared where they'd been standing. An old man in luxurious robes glanced at the surroundings. It didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. "His aura is gone!" A black-robed old man by his side spoke fiercely. "That damnable fellow Yen San! He actually dared to steal from us." The old man in a luxurious robe glanced at the surroundings and said, "Go back to Azure Cloud Merchant Group and get their help." The black-robed old man spoke hesitantly. "But the price to make them help is—" The old man in luxurious robes glanced at him and said, "We have to, no matter how great the price is." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in luxurious robes vanished on the spot. The other 2 old men hurriedly followed after him. A short while later, Yan Yi and the green-robed man appeared on the spot. The green-robed man stared fixedly at Yan Yi and said, "The laws of space." Yan Yi stretched out his hand. "Will you hand your spatial ring over, or should I get it myself?" The green-robed man's eyelids twitched. He pondered deeply for a short while, and then he flicked his spatial ring over to Yan Yi. He had a very unsightly expression on his face as he gazed at the spatial ring before Yan Yi. Had just intended to use Yan Yi to stop those fellows who were pursuing him, but he hadn't imagined that this emperor who stood before him would be even more terrifying. What was it like to court death? This was it. Yan Yi glanced at its contents. There were around 1,000 divine crystals and a pile of other miscellaneous items within it. However, they weren't valuable. Yan Yi looked up at the green-robed man and said, "I'll give you one last chance." One of the 3 old men who were pursuing the green-robed man had been a true voider, and the other 2 were voiders as well. 3 experts had been pursuing the green-robed man, so had definitely stolen something valuable. But the spatial ring only had trash in it. The man's expression remained unchanged when he heard Yan Yi. "What do you mean?" "Hiss." A ray of light flashed past his shoulder, and then his entire arm flew into the air. The man almost let out a shrill cry, but he forcefully restrained himself. The man felt horrified as he gazed at Yan Yi, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Yan Yi gazed at the man and said, "I was just joking with you earlier. Now I'll give you one final chance. This time, it isn't a joke." Yan Yi would naturally not hold back against the man. After all, the man had intended to get him killed. Just think about it, what would have happened to him if he wasn't strong? There was slight hesitation in the man's eyes. Meanwhile, Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. The man noticed this and felt horrified. "I'll give it to you." As he spoke, a ray of light surged out from his chest, and then an object appeared before Yan Yi. It was a small box. Yan Yi opened it, and there were 4 multicolored flags within it. Yan Yi frowned and looked at the man. "What are these?" The man spoke solemnly. "Dimensional teleportation flags," Yan Yi said. "Tell me about them in detail." The man glanced at Yan Yi and said, "It's a simplified teleportation formation. See those flags? So long as you place one of them at a certain point, You can use another flag to teleport to the position of the once flag. However, the flags will vanish once used. So, only 2 teleportations can be completed with these 4 flags. Yang Yi asked. How far can they teleport? The man replied. Very far. Yang Yi frowned and asked. How far is very far? The man answered. There are a few thousand worlds in this universe of ours. Besides the large world, these flags can teleport you to any other world. Of course, the precondition is that you've placed a flag on the world you intend to teleport to. Yang Yi was visibly moved. He gazed at the flags in his hand. These things are really quite amazing. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and he asked, How many can it teleport at a time? The man replied, 10,000. 10,000. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. These are for war. Yang Yi asked, How did you get them? The man hesitated for a moment before he answered, I stole them. You stole them? Yang Yi was stunned. He sized up the man. The man was at the peak of the Emperor realm and not a voider yet, but had dared to steal from a true voider and had even succeeded. Yang Yi said, Your speed isn't bad, but your strength. Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed when he spoke up to this point. Because the man's remaining hand was in front of him, and there was a spatial ring on it. That spatial ring was the exact same one that the man had just given to him. The green-robed man had actually stolen the spatial ring from him without him noticing anything. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. How did you do that? The man glanced at the spatial ring and replied, I'm a smith and formation master. I forged this spatial ring. There's a mini formation hidden within it. I just have to give a command while I'm within 5,000 kilometers of it, and it'll immediately come to me. Yang Yi asked, Does such a formation exist in other spatial rings as well? The man shook his head. Of course not. The reason I was able to steal those flags was because the spatial ring used to hold them had been forged by me. Yang Yi asked, How did you accomplish that? The man remained silent. Yang Yi said, My patience is growing thin. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, It was the auction house that arranged it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. They worked together with you. The man shook his head. No, they wanted to do it themselves. So, they got a spatial ring from me. Yang Yi asked, But you reaped the rewards in the end, right? The green-robed man nodded. Yang Yi said, Why are you being so honest with me? The man wasn't just being completely honest, he even took the initiative to tell Yang Yi things. So, it puzzled Yang Yi a little. The man gazed at Yang Yi and said, You wanted to kill me just now, right? Yang Yi nodded. But I've changed my mind now. The man said, You wouldn't have changed your mind if I didn't do that, right? Yang Yi replied, That's true. The man said, I merely stole those dimensional teleportation flags because I wanted to figure out their structure and study how they are made. Yang Yi interrupted the man and said, You almost got me killed just now. The green-robed man fell silent for a short while, and then he asked, What do you want? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. It's very simple. The power I lead lacks a formation master and smith. I think you're very suitable. The man spoke in a low voice. I don't want to be bound. Yang Yi replied, Freedom or your life. Choose. The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he replied, My life. Yang Yi smiled. I don't need your services forever. Just work for me for 5 years. You can leave at any time once those 5 years are up. The man asked, Really? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. He was very well aware that if he forced the green-robed man to serve him forever, then it would definitely cause the green-robed man to feel resentful. But if he only asked for 5 years, it would be much easier for the man to accept. After all, 5 years weren't long for cultivators. The man replied, All right, it'll serve you for 5 years. Yang Yi smiled and flicked the box back to the green-robed man. Take it and study it. It's best if you can make some. I need them. The man gazed at Yang Yi and asked, Do you know how expensive they are? Yang Yi asked, How expensive are they? The man replied. 10,000 divine crystals. 10,000 divine crystals. Yang Ye's lips twitched. After all, 10,000 divine crystals were equivalent to 1,000,000 violet crystals. Suddenly, the green-robed man said, 10,000 divine crystals per flag, and they are practically impossible to find on the market. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The man continued, they are not expensive. After all, they can be used for large-scale teleportation, and they can be used to escape at a critical moment. Moreover, if there's a war between stellar regions, then it would be even more effective. Just think about it. An army suddenly appears within your home. When he heard this, Yang Yi realized that these flags were extraordinary indeed. So, he gazed at the man and asked, are you confident in your ability to forge them? The Sword Alliance had to expand. If it had these flags, then it would definitely be much more convenient in many aspects. Moreover, he could return to Dark Hell Continent at any time and wouldn't have to teleport via Stellar City. However, it was truly too expensive. It cost 2,000,000 violet crystals just to be used once. The man shook his head and replied, even though I haven't studied them, I'm sure that it's impossible for me to forge on my own. It's extremely complicated, and there are definitely no less than 10,000 steps to forge it. However, while I'm not confident in my ability to forge them on my own, I can give it a try if I do it with a few friends. Yang Yi nodded. Tell me if you need anything. Now, let's head back. The green-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then he closed his eyes. It didn't take long for 2 strands of his soul to float over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the man for a long time, and then he flicked the strands of soul back to the green-robed man. The man was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi explained. I would have definitely killed you on the spot if you weren't sensible enough to hand them over on your own. Because it would make me feel like you aren't sincere. But you were very sensible. You're a smart person, so I think it isn't necessary. The man replied. Thank you. Let's go. Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. He glanced at Yang Ye's figure in the distance and followed Yang Yi. Yang Yi brought the green-robed man to Divine Sky Pavilion, and then he started cultivating after he returned to his room. Around 15 minutes later, Yi Luyun suddenly entered his room and said, That Misting You from Azure Cloud Merchant Group is here to see you. She's outside. Something is off, so be careful. Azure Cloud Merchant Group? Yang Yi frowned, and then he left the room with Yi Luyun and arrived outside the pavilion. Ting Yu wasn't too far away, and there were 3 old men by her side. A smile appeared on Tingyu's face when she saw him. Young Master Yang, I hope you're doing well, Yang Yi said. Miss Tingyu, do you need something? Tingyu smiled and said, Young Master Yang, these 3 friends of mine from Sky River Stellar Region lost something. According to our investigation, it should be in your possession. Sky River Stellar Region? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her, and then he gazed at the old man. You're from the Alliance of Guardians? The old man in luxurious robes frowned, and he said, How did you know that? Chapter 1365 Come. Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he heard the old man. The Alliance of Guardians. They were his enemy. That power had forced him out of the radiant dimension. Now, it had joined forces with the celestial demon Stellar Region to attack Lady and cause her to fall into a hopeless situation. So, they were naturally his enemy. However, he didn't act rashly. He wasn't all alone anymore, and he had a huge group of people behind him. Thus, a moment of rashness might create a huge amount of trouble for him. He didn't want to waste his time here. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Tingyu. Miss Tingyu, you said that something they lost is with me? Why don't I understand what you mean? Tingyu looked at Yang Yi, but there was no smile on her face now. She just looked at him for a while and said, Alliance Master Yang, I feel that interrupting others is a very rude thing. Don't you think so too? Yang Yi was about to speak when Tingyu added, Besides that, I really hate it when others interrupted me. So don't do it again, alright? Yang Yi glanced at her and smiled. It was my mistake to interrupt you earlier. I apologize. Tingya's face was calm, but a trace of contempt flashed through her eyes. She spoke indifferently. I'll be frank. These 3 friends of mine won the bid for an item in our auction house. But it was stolen once they left the auction house. According to the information I obtained, the person who stole that item entered Divine Sky Pavilion with you, young Master Yang. A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth at this point, and then she continued. Young Master Yang, I know that you were unaware that had stolen from these friends of mine. So you just have to hand him over to these friends of mine. Of course, if the item has accidentally fallen into your hands, then please return it to its rightful owner. After all, it's better to have another friend than another enemy, right? That's very true. Yang Yi nodded with agreement. The smile on Tingya's face grew wider when she saw Yang Yi react like that, and she felt that he was very sensible. Suddenly Yang Yi said, But Miss Tingyu, have you made a mistake? I've been constantly cultivating in my room, and I haven't left at all. I really don't know this person you're speaking of. What a joke! How could he possibly give away something had already pocketed? Moreover, it was something that belonged to the Alliance of Guardians, so he absolutely couldn't hand it over. Because it was very likely that it had been purchased to attack Lady. If Head found out that the Alliance of Guardians was here to buy such a thing, then he would have acted even if Yen-san hadn't stolen it. The smile on Tingya's face stiffened when she heard Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for her smile to become quite cold. As for the old men by her side, their faces were gloomy while undisguised killing intent appeared in their eyes. Tingyu lightly rubbed the spatial ring on her left hand and spoke in a carefree manner. Young Master Yang, Dark Hell Continent was once a medium world, but it was sealed for over 10,000 years, so it's impossible for even a single semi-deity to exist there. As for Sky River Stellar Region, while it doesn't have many semi-deities, it still has a few. So, young Master Yang, are you sure that you haven't seen him? It was a threat. Yilian's face fell when she heard Tingyu. Her finger moved slightly as she was about to contact Fen Tsengyan and the others who were cultivating in their rooms, but Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi gazed at Tingyu and smiled. Miss Tingyu, I don't like hearing things like that. Is that so? She spoke indifferently. It's invaluable advice to you, young Master Yang, but I understand. After all, honest advice is hard to take, right? Yang Yi nodded and said, You're right. So allow me to give you some invaluable advice as well. It's best to mind your own business. Don't you think so too? Tingya's eyes instantly narrowed when she heard him. Meanwhile, the old man in luxurious robes suddenly said, Miss Tingyu, you've helped us find who we're looking for, so we'll resolve it ourselves. We won't trouble you further. Tingyu shook her head and said, Elder Gu, you Tingyu, am going to see this to the end. As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, Young Master Yang, even though I, Tingyu, am a tiny manager in Stellar City's Azure Cloud Merchant Group, but everyone in Stellar City still gives me face. Young Master Yang, let me give you one last piece of advice. A person should have a little ability to discern who they can offend, and who they shouldn't offend. You must open your eyes wide and see it clearly. Otherwise, you might just vanish from this world. Miss Tingyu. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly spoke. Since you were able to rise into the ranks to become a manager, it proves that you have some ability. Right, your ability to discern things should be pretty good too. However, allow me to give you some advice. When you look at people, you absolutely shouldn't look down on others. Allow me to be frank, you're doing that right now. Yu Tingyu turned to look at Yi Luyun, and she gazed at Yi Luyun for a few breaths of time before she suddenly cracked a smile. What a sharp tongue! Let's make a bet. I bet that what you just said are the last words you speak in your life, alright? Yi Luyun gazed at Yu Tingyu for a long time and said, I'll take that bet. Alright. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Tingju's expression instantly became cold, and then she stretched out her hand and grabbed at Yi Luyun. At the same time, a terrifying aura enveloped down towards Yang Yi and Yi Luyun. It was the aura of Avoider. The old men behind her were shocked when they sensed the aura she emanated. She was actually a voider. After all, she was just around the age of 30. She'd attained the voider realm at such a young age. Such natural talent was shocking. Yu Lian's expression didn't change when she saw Yu Tingyu attack abruptly. It didn't take long for Yu Tingyi's hand to arrive just half an inch away from Yu Lian's throat, but her hand suddenly stopped. The expressions of the three old men changed drastically. Because a hand had clamped down on Yu Tingyi's throat. It was naturally Yang Yi's hand. Yu Tingyu stared fixedly at Yang Yi while absolute shock filled her heart. Because she'd actually been restrained by an emperor. Even though she hadn't been on guard, she was a voider while Yang Yi was just an emperor. Yang Yi held onto Yu Tingyi's throat and raised her up towards him, and he looked at her from a short distance and said, "Miss Tingyu, let me make a bet with you as well. I bet that those words you just spoke will be the last words you speak in your life, alright?" Yu Tingyu stared fixedly at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "I really have failed to see this time." Yang Yi smiled, but his smile was quite ferocious. Suddenly Yi Luyan pulled on his sleeve. Yang Yi turned to glance at her, and he saw her shake her head slightly. A moment of silence ensued. Yang Yi shrugged and released Yu Tingyu before he smiled. "Miss Yu, I've really not seen that person you spoke of. So, please leave." Yi Luyan glanced at Yang Yi when she heard this, and a faint smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. It wasn't because Yang Yi had released Yu Tingyu, it was because Yang Yi was willing to change his decision for her. That proved that she had a certain status in Yang Yi's heart. Yu Tingyu carefully sized up Yang Yi and said, "Young Master Yang, your strength is truly great. No wonder you were able to unite Dark Hell Continent." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "It's just ordinary." Yu Tingyu was about to speak when Yi Luyan spoke instead. "Miss Tingyu, as a manager, no matter how angry you are, you should maintain a certain level of composure and clarity. Only then can people like us make decisions that are most beneficial to us. Otherwise, a rash decision would cause us to suffer punishment." Yi Luyan was very well aware that Yu Tingyu definitely thought Yang Yi didn't dare to offend Azure Cloud Merchant Group, and that was why Yang Yi had let her go. But the truth was Yang Yi didn't know how strong Azure Cloud Merchant Group was. Of course, even if he knew, based on how insane Yang Yi was, he wouldn't care at all if he was infuriated. Yu Tingyu glanced indifferently at Yi Luyan, and then she just disregarded Yi Luyan. In the end, her gaze descended upon Yang Yi. "Young Master Yang, I'm in quite an embarrassing situation right now, so can you give me some face and hand that person over?" Yi Luyan shook her head when she heard Yu Tingyu, and then she took a step back. As soon as Yu Tingyu finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "I don't want to give you face." Yu Tingyu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she nodded and moved around 10 back. Meanwhile, 3 auras suddenly appeared in the distance, and were approaching them. It didn't take long for 3 black-robed old men to appear by Yu Tingyi's side. Voiders. 3 voiders. Moreover, one of them was a true voider. The old man with a walking stick asked, "Tingyu, what's wrong?" The old man with a walking stick was the true voider in the group. Yu Tingyu replied, "Elder Sun, as a manager of the merchant group in Stellar City, I have the right to ask for a personal matter to be resolved on my behalf every month, right?" The old man nodded. "Indeed. However, I advise you not to use that authority you have, because you'll be in huge trouble if any problems arise." She spoke coldly. "I'm truly unable to swallow this humiliation." The old man glanced at Yu Tingyi's icy cold face, and then he nodded and didn't speak another word. Meanwhile, Yu Tingyu looked up at Yang Yi and smiled. "Young Master Yang, since you refuse to hand him over, then I can only head in and look for myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. The old man with the walking stick nodded. As soon as they received the old man's orders, one of the old men amongst the 2 remaining old men immediately shot towards Divine Sky Pavilion. Wham! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. As soon as it did, a ray of sword energy flashed. At the instant that the sword energy appeared, The expressions of the old man with the walking stick and the old man in a luxurious robe had changed drastically. They were about to act, but that old man who charged towards Divine Sky Pavilion had suddenly stopped on the spot. Hiss! A breath of time later, the old man's body was split apart at the center, and his internal organs scattered all over the ground. It was an absolutely bloody scene. A voider had been killed with a single swing of the sword. Everyone here was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked towards Yu Tingyu and said, "Come! Head in if you dare!" Chapter 1366 10 Moves? Besides Yi Luyun, the eyes of everyone were filled with shock. A voider had been killed with a single swing of the sword. An emperor had killed a voider. Moreover, I had been done with such ease. At this moment, Yu Tingyu was extremely shocked. Because she knew that Shed severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Besides shock, she felt a trace of terror as well. After all, the merchant group had lost a voider because of her. What did that represent? It represented that her future was over even if Yang Yi was killed. Because it was a taboo for merchant groups to cause losses due to private issues. A single decision had destroyed her future. Meanwhile, Elder Sun, who stood by Yu Tingjia's side, asked in a low voice, "May I know your rank on the dragon rankings?" Yu Tingjia's face instantly changed upon hearing this. The dragon rankings. All the geniuses on that ranking were beyond terrifying. It wasn't a ranking within a single world, it was a ranking within the entire universe. There were over 100 stellar regions and thousands of worlds in the universe, and so long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could be ranked on that ranking regardless of which world one came from. It could be considered the most authoritative ranking outside the large world. Because every single expert ranked on the dragon rankings was the top monstrous genius of their respective stellar regions. Yu Tingjia's delicate figure had started to tremble slightly. If Yang Yi was really ranked on the dragon rankings, then even if he was right at the back, she would still be finished. Merchants pursued profits and benefits. Azure Cloud Merchant Group would absolutely not offend a genius on the dragon rankings for her sake. So, if Yang Yi really was ranked on the dragon rankings, then the merchant group would definitely sacrifice her to resolve the conflict between Yang Yi and the merchant group. The dragon rankings? Yang Yi stopped and frowned. What's that? Yu Tingyu instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she heard him, and then she ridiculed. Dark Hell Continent is such a poor and barren continent. How could such an expert? Shut your mouth! Suddenly, a soft shout resounded. Everyone looked over and saw a woman and a man walking slowly in their direction. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw the woman. Because she wasn't dressed like a girl but was dressed like a man instead. She wore a violet robe that was embroidered with fiery phoenixes, and a maroon belt was wrapped tightly around her waist, causing her figure to seem extremely elegant. She had a peerlessly beautiful oval-shaped face, a small and elegant nose, gorgeous eyebrows that were sharp like swords, and emanated a heroic aura. Her lips seemed very thin yet didn't feel thin at all, and there was a faint smile hanging on the corners of her mouth. But if one looked carefully, that smile didn't seem to exist as well. Her beautiful hair was tied behind her with a violet ribbon. It wasn't long nor short, and it just reached her waist. The man by her side wore a bright white robe, had a handsome appearance and a sharp gaze, and his entire body emanated a trace of a faint dignified aura. It wasn't emanated intentionally, and it was something that he possessed naturally. Yu Tingjia's expression changed slightly at the sight of the woman. She hurriedly walked over and bowed respectfully. Second young Mississippi. The woman paid no attention to Yu Tingyu and just walked straight towards Yang Yi. Yu Tingjia's face instantly became unsightly. The woman arrived before Yang Yi and said, "Sorry." Yang Yi was quite stunned. Had thought that the woman was here to look for trouble with him. After all, he was used to seeing the seniors appear upon beating up the young. But he hadn't expected the woman to actually apologize upon arriving here. It was quite unusual. Meanwhile, the woman continued, "I completed my investigation before coming. That item belonging to Sky River Stellar region was auctioned off by us. However, it was in their possession, so their loss has nothing to do with our merchant group. As for our manager coming to look for trouble with you and acting on behalf of Sky River Stellar region, that was her own actions and has nothing to do with my Azure Cloud merchant group. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Yu and continued. Yu, not only have you lost face for our merchant group, you even caused our merchant group to lose an expert. Such a crime is unforgivable. But out of consideration for the meritorious service you've rendered, you can avoid death. However, you can't avoid punishment. Elder Sun, cripple her cultivation. Yutinjia's face instantly turned ghastly pale upon hearing this. Thump. Yutingyu immediately knelt before the woman and cowed out incessantly. Second young miss, I've never made any mistakes throughout the years. I really don't deserve such a heavy punishment for this mistake. Please be merciful, second young Mississippi. She kowtowed without end even after she finished speaking. Even though she wasn't killing Yutingyu, crippling Yutinjia's cultivation was no different than a death sentence. After all, it was obvious what sort of fate she would suffer in this world where only the strong were respected. Elder Sun seemed to be unable to bear the sight of this, and he was about to speak out and beg for mercy on Yutinjia's behalf. However, the woman suddenly said, Elder Sun, I know what you're thinking. But you must realize that our merchant group is huge, and we have many managers. If an example isn't made out of her, then if everyone learns from her and uses the merchant group to resolve their private enmity, it will cause tremendous problems for the merchant group in the long term. Elder Sun sighed softly and said, Second young miss, I understand. However, I'm sure you're aware that the merchant group gave its managers the authority to make us help them. The woman waved her hand and interrupted Elder Sun. If it was only that, then she would naturally not deserve such punishment. However, she gazed at Yutingyu and continued, Yutingyu, is this really your only crime? Yutinjia's delicate figure trembled. A long time passed before she said, Second young miss, you know everything. The woman shook her head and said, Greed is an original sin. She turned to look at Elder Sun and continued, Do you want me to do it myself? Elder Sun sighed softly and walked to Yutingyu. He was just about to act when a voice suddenly came from afar. Wait. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw a beautiful woman and an old man walking over in their direction. The beautiful woman was around 70% similar in appearance to the previous woman addressed as Second Young Mississippi. However, her bearing was completely different. The beautiful woman had a curvaceous and enchanting figure, and there was a faint smile that was slightly seductive on her face. Elder Sun and the others quickly bowed. Eldest young miss. The beautiful woman walked over to the other woman and smiled. Sister, if news were to spread that you crippled your subordinate for an outsider, then it would make all the other managers feel bitterly disappointed. The second young miss spoke indifferently. Then how do you think this matter should be dealt with? The beautiful woman smiled. I know what that little girl did. She was quite greedy. However, she has done hard work for us throughout these years, so crippling her cultivation really is too heavy. How about you just remove her from her position? Otherwise, if you make a little girl like her lose her strength, it's better to just kill her and allow her to avoid even more suffering. Thank you, eldest young miss. Meanwhile, Yutingyu stood up and knelt before the beautiful woman. Tingyu will never forget elder young miss' kindness. When she witnessed this scene, Yi Luyun shook her head and called Yutingyu a fool in her mind. Acting like that was clearly like slapping Yutinjia's second young miss' face. If Yi Luyun was in that position, she would absolutely not allow Yutingyu to live. Conversely, if Yutingyu refused the eldest young miss and was willing to suffer the second young miss punishment, then not only would she be able to keep her cultivation, she would be put in an important position. Unfortunately, she hadn't done that. Sure enough, a ray of cold light flashed. Hiss! Yutinjia's figure stiffened on the spot. It didn't take long for a drop of blood to seep out from the center of her forehead, and then she fell lifelessly to the ground. Her eyes were opened wide at the moment of her death. Shed died with everlasting regret. The expressions of the others here changed. All of them gazed at the second young miss because she was the one who'd launched the attack. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group spoke indifferently. Since you said that I should just kill her, then it's best to just kill her. The smile on the beautiful woman's face vanished, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. Sister, you're truly ruthless. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group paid no attention to the beautiful woman and turned to look at Yan Yi instead. You killed a member of my merchant group. I can't just forget that. However, I won't bully you. Withstand 10 moves from Elder Sun. But let bygones be bygones if you can. It's finally here. Yan Yi knew that it would definitely not be so easy to resolve the matter. Sure enough, she'd come looking for trouble with him. Yan Yi glanced at her and smiled. 10 moves? Second young miss, he's a true voider, but what about me? I'm just an emperor. Yet you asked me to withstand 10 moves from him. Tell me the truth, are you trying to kill me? She looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, Yes or no? He smiled. Second young miss, you said that you wouldn't bully me, but aren't you doing that right now? She replied. Are you refusing? No, of course we accept. It wasn't Yang Yi but Yi Luyun who said that. Yi Luyun walked over to Yang Yi's side and smiled. But let's change the terms. Make him withstand 10 moves from us instead. Everyone here was stunned upon hearing Yi Luyun, and it included Yang Yi himself. However, he didn't stop her. Since had chosen her, he fully trusted her. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group gazed at Yi Luyun and said, Are my ears deceiving me? Of course not. Yi Luyun smiled. We're confident. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group turned to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged and said, I'll do as she said. Since she said I should, then I will. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group nodded. Then let's begin. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over to her and said, Second young miss, how about we make a bet? The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group glanced at Yi Luyun and asked, What sort of bet? Yi Luyun smiled. I bet that old man won't be able to withstand 10 moves from my young master. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group gazed at Yi Luyun for a long time before she said, What's the wager? Yi Luyun replied with a smile on her face. 100,000 divine crystals. Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. 100,000 divine crystals? We only have 30,000 divine crystals if the resources we possess are combined. Where are we going to get 100,000? What's she trying to do? There was a slight change in the second young miss expression when she heard Yi Luyun. May I know your name? Yi Luyun answered. Yi Luyun. The second young miss nodded. A bet isn't a problem. But Miss Yi, do you have 100,000 divine crystals? Yi Luyun smiled. You should have investigated us. Even though Dark Hell Continent is just a poor continent, we can still produce 100,000 divine crystals. The second young miss gazed at Yi Luyun for a long time before she nodded. All right, I'll take the bet. Yi Luyun smiled, and then she walked over to Yang Yi. 100,000 divine crystals are equivalent to 10 million violet crystals. If you lose, our entire Sword Alliance will have to eat grass with you. So do as you see fit. Do as I see fit? 100,000 divine crystals? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. After that, a ray of light flashed before the sword's spirit transformed into the sword precursor and appeared in his right grasp. Yang Yi sheathed it and looked up at Elder Sun. Come. Chapter 1367. Are you still not going to fuck off? Come. Everyone looked at Yang Yi when they heard him, and then their expressions became solemn. Even the second young miss revealed a solemn expression on her face. Besides a few people, one's strength could actually be determined by the aura one possessed. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a sharp unsheathed sword as he stood there, and it caused others to dare not look straight at him. A wisp of surprise flashed through the beautiful woman's eyes, and there was a trace of curiosity in them as well. She carefully sized up Yang Yi, and then a smile appeared on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. The second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she looked at Elder Sun. Elder Sun remained silent for a moment before he nodded. The second young miss visibly relaxed when she saw him nod, and then she flicked 4 rays of blue light towards the surroundings. After that, a huge blue barrier of light appeared around Yang Yi and Elder Sun. The second young miss said, "This is a spatial barrier that's extremely strong. It can endure the attacks of semi-deities. So, both of you can begin now." Yang Yi nodded, and then he started walking towards Elder Sun. His footsteps weren't quick and should be said to be extremely slow. However, Elder Sun's expression changed because a wave of invisible pressure was pressing down upon him. Bang! An imposing aura exploded forth from Elder Sun. As soon as it appeared, Elder Sun's body instantly felt relaxed. However, a terrifying force suddenly covered the heavens and the earth as it slammed down upon him, and it only took an instant for Elder Sun's aura to be pushed back into him. Elder Sun was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, a voider like him had actually been suppressed by an emperor. The second young miss' eyes had narrowed slightly, and she turned to glance at Yi Luyun. At this moment, Yi Luyun was looking at her too. Yi Luyun grinned and moved her gaze to Yang Yi. Actually, while she seemed to be extremely calm, she was quite anxious in her heart. She knew that Yang Yi could definitely defeat Elder Sun. Elder Sun was very strong indeed, but he was much inferior when compared to the Demon Empress. Since Yang Yi could defeat the Demon Empress, he definitely could defeat Elder Sun. Yi Luyun was anxious because she didn't know if Yang Yi could defeat Elder Sun in 10 moves. 10 moves! Even she wondered if she'd gone mad to actually bet that Yang Yi could defeat a true voider in 10 moves. If Yang Yi failed, then the Sword Alliance's members would really have to eat grass. Suddenly, Yang Yi took the hilt of his sword and drew it slightly. Wham! A sword howl shot up into the sky and pierced the clouds. Crack! At the same moment, the blue barrier of light around Yang Yi and Elder Sun cracked apart. Moments later, it exploded into pieces while the spectators watched with shock. Everyone was stunned. Yang Yi looked straight at Elder Sun, who was sweating profusely. "You'll die if I swing my sword. Are you sure that you want to try?" If it was a normal battle, he really couldn't kill Elder Sun with 10 moves. So, he used the true form of Heaven Ren. 100,000 divine crystals. He couldn't afford to lose. Elder Sun stared fixedly at Yang Yi. He clenched his fists tightly to the point his nails sunk deep into his palm while cold sweat flowed incessantly from his forehead. To try or not to try? Even though Yang Yi hadn't drawn his sword completely, Elder Sun's intuition told him that he shouldn't try. If he did, it was very likely that he died. But if he didn't, then he would live beneath Yang Yi's shadow for his entire lifetime, and he could dream of improving further while being affected by that fear. If he tried, he might die. If he didn't, he would be affected mentally for his entire life. Elder Sun didn't hesitate for too long. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. However, the second young miss spoke abruptly. "I concede!" As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked a spatial ring over to Yi Luyun. "There are 90,000 divine crystals in there. They'll send the balance over later." If it was possible, she was naturally unwilling to concede. However, Elder Sun would definitely try to resist Yang Yi's attack if she didn't concede, and it was very likely that Elder Sun wouldn't live through it. A true voider wasn't something that could be bought with 100,000 divine crystals. Moreover, if Elder Sun was really killed, it would affect her negatively. So, she'd decisively chosen to admit defeat. Yang Yi glanced at the second young miss, sheathed his sword completely, and walked over to Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun blinked and quickly put the spatial ring away. Yang Yi was speechless. Yi Luyun smiled. "I'll take care of it for you." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Even she has become obsessed with wealth. Yang Yi didn't ask for the spatial ring because they were more useful in Yi Luyun's hands. Meanwhile, the second young miss gazed at Yi Luyun and asked, "Are you his?" Yi Luyun turned to look at the second young miss, and then she shook her head. Why? The second young miss nodded slightly and said, Are you interested in following me? If you are, then from this moment onward you'll be the manager of our merchant group in Stellar City. She was trying to take Yi Luyun from Yang Yi. Yan Yi's face instantly darkened because she was actually doing so right in front of him. Yang Yi stood in front of Yi Luyun and said, Second young miss, isn't it rude to do something like this? The second young miss spoke indifferently. I feel that she has talent, and shall have a better future in my Azure Cloud merchant group. Bang! A strand of terrifying sword intent suddenly surged out from Yang Yi. It appeared too abruptly, causing her to be taken by surprise and blasted around 100 m away. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack abruptly. Even the second young miss felt the same. Her eyes were filled with surprise and a trace of icy coldness. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, I don't want to waste my breath on your merchant group, and especially you. If you don't know how to respect others, then I don't mind teaching you how. The second young miss expression instantly became completely icy cold. Meanwhile, the man by her side suddenly stepped forward. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, Do you think you're very strong? Bang! Suddenly, a pair of wings appeared behind Yang Yi, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the man was blasted away, and he flew over 1 kilometer away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Elder Sun's expression changed drastically at the sight of it, and he shouted with fury. Don't you dare! He was about to attack as he spoke. However, it didn't take long for him to stop because Yang Yi's hand was squeezing down on the second young miss' throat. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, That manager of yours came looking for trouble with me just now. Now you're doing the same. Do you think I'm easy to bully? As he spoke, he squeezed down slowly, causing her face to instantly turn pale. Elder Sun shouted furiously, Do you realize what you're doing? Yang Yi suddenly tossed her towards Elder Sun. Elder Sun was shocked and hurriedly stretched out his hand towards her back to stop her. Bang! The powerful force of the collision pushed Elder Sun and the second young miss backwards, and they moved almost 50 m back before they finally stopped. Yang Yi started walking towards Elder Sun and the second young miss. Elder Sun and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly circulated their profound energy, and were ready to act at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped, glanced at them, and said, To be honest, if I wanted to kill all of you, then not to mention just all of you, even 10 more true voiders wouldn't be able to stop me. Quickly fuck off before I change my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of terrifying slaughter intent surged out from within Yang Yi. Void rank slaughter intent. Elder Sun and the others were shocked. While it was only at the void rank and wasn't a huge threat to them, someone who could attain void rank slaughter intent was definitely no ordinary person. Yang Yi paid no attention to them and just started walking towards Divine Sky Pavilion. Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and followed him. Suddenly a voice resounded. Wait! Yang Yi stopped, turned around, and looked towards the distance. It was the old man in a luxurious robe that had spoken. Yang Yi gazed coldly at the old man, but the old man didn't fear Yang Yi at all and met his gaze. That treasure is of the utmost importance to my Sky River Stellar region, so please hand it over. I don't have it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. The old man spoke in a low voice. So you intend to become enemies with my Sky River Stellar region? Yang Yi stopped, remained silent for an instant, and then suddenly said, So be it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, drew his sword, and swung it. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of sword energy flashed. Elder Sun's expression changed drastically when the sword energy appeared, and then he hurriedly took the second young miss and eldest young miss with him as he moved around 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, the figure of the old man in luxurious robes had stiffened on the spot. His eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. A moment later, a cut suddenly appeared at the center of his forehead. It didn't take long for it to grow larger. In an instant, the old man was split into two and blood sprayed all over the ground. Everyone here was horrified, including the two young misses or Azure Cloud merchant group. They hadn't expected Yan Yi to actually draw his sword and kill because of the slightest disagreement. Of course, they were even more shocked by Yan Yi's strength, because that old man had been a true voider. However, the old man hadn't even been able to resist a single swing of Yan Yi's sword. Is he really just an emperor? Suddenly, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. The second young Miss pupils constricted at the sight of this, and she seemed like she was facing a terrifying enemy and became completely vigilant. However, Yan Yi hadn't attacked her. His targets were the remaining voiders from Sky River Stellar region. At the moment Yan Yi vanished, their expressions had changed drastically and had hurriedly attacked. However, Yan Yi's speed suddenly rose explosively. 5 breaths of time later, 2 more corpses were on the ground. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and the spatial rings on those corpses flew into his palm. After that, he turned to look at the second young Miss group and said, "Are you still not going to fuck off?" Chapter 1368 I don't want to lose, nor can I afford to. Young Master Yang, there's no need to be so aggressive. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman, the eldest young miss, walked over to Yan Yi and smiled sweetly. My Azure Cloud merchant group holds no ill intent towards you. Everything that occurred earlier was just a misunderstanding. As she spoke, she flicked a golden card over to Yan Yi and said, That's my Azure Cloud merchant group's gold VIP card. Young Master Yang will be able to enjoy special privileges when buying from my merchant group from now on. Yan Yi didn't speak. Yi Luyun took the card and said, Thank you for the gift, eldest young Mississippi. May I know your name? Nangong Qin. The beautiful woman smiled. Sister Luyun, you can look for me if you need anything in the future. I've been in Stellar City for a long time, so I'm much more familiar with everything here. Yi Luyun smiled. Thank you. Nangong Qin smiled. Then I won't disturb both of you further. Yi Luyun nodded, and then turned around and walked to Yan Yi's side. Yan Yi didn't speak and just led her into Divine Sky Pavilion. Once Yan Yi and Yi Luyun entered Divine Sky Pavilion, Nangong Qin gazed at the second young miss and smiled. Little sister, don't look down on anymore. Besides that, we're people who do business, so respecting others is very important. You actually tried to take a trusted subordinate away from him while he was watching. Such disrespect is inadvisable. The second young Miss' face was completely icy cold, but she remained silent. Nangong Qin smiled. Are you thinking of gathering experts to vent your anger? The second young Miss spoke coldly. Isn't that what you hoped that I would do? Of course I do. Nangong Qin smiled. If you do that, then you won't have another chance to fight me. It's truly too boring to be by myself. So allow me to give you a warning. Dark Hell Continent was once a sealed world, and the restriction that sealed it was something that even semi-deities couldn't eliminate. Yet now, the seal is gone, and he came from within the continent. As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Qin smiled and walked away. The second young miss clenched her fists tightly. Both she and Yu Tingyu had overlooked something, and it was that Dark Hell Continent had been covered by a restriction. Even semi-deities hadn't been able to eliminate the restriction, yet Yan Yi had left that place. What did that represent? It represented that it was very likely for the restrictions to have been destroyed by Yan Yi. If that was the truth, then Yan Yi's strength was absolutely terrifying. The second young miss remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then she looked up at Divine Sky Pavilion before turning around and leaving. In Yan Yi's room, Yi Luyun asked, Why were you so furious earlier? Yan Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, Luyun, I noticed something. Many people in this world are fools. I treat them with respect and respect them, yet they think that it's because I fear them and try to take a yard when given an inch. Conversely, if I use force against them, they are even more respectful instead. Yi Luyun said, Humans naturally fear the strong and bully the weak. Yan Yi nodded. So, the fist is the most efficient in this world. If you don't have strength, then even if you kneel down and lick a person's boots, that person would still not respect you. However, if you have strength, that same person would kneel and lick your boots instead. Yan Yi chuckled when he spoke up to this point and said, Luyun, you know what I gained the deepest realization on throughout my life? Yi Luyun asked. What? Strength. Yan Yi smiled. A man can't do without it. If a man has no strength, that man will have no dignity. Not to mention anyone else, even your own loved ones may look down upon you. Of course, such thoughts are a little extreme, but it's reality. As he spoke, he glanced at her and continued, If I lost my cultivation and became an ordinary person, would you still help me as you have? Yang Yi continued before Yi Luyun could answer him. If I have no strength, then many people I care about will leave me. So, I've been ceaselessly forcing myself to grow stronger throughout these years. No matter how bitter it was, I still gritted my teeth and persisted. Because I don't want to lose, nor can I afford to. Yi Luyun asked in a soft voice. What did you experience in the past? Yang Yi smiled. A friend of mine once said that I should absolutely not complain to a woman. Because it would seem like I'm looking for pity, and it would seem like I'm acting. So, let's end this topic. Go find out when the teleportation formation will be repaired. I can't wait to go back. Yi Luyun nodded, turned around, and started walking away. Suddenly she stopped and said, I have a thought. Yang Yi asked, What? She replied, Stellar City is where all worlds intersect, and it's extremely prosperous. However, we know practically nothing about it. So, I want to stay here and expand our sword alliance here. Yang Yi asked, You want to stay? Yi Luyun replied, It depends on you. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he nodded. You can stay. Actually, there was no need for Yi Luyun to head to the radiant dimension with him. After all, she couldn't fight, and it was impossible for her to expand the sword alliance to the radiant dimension. Since it was like that, it was better for her to stay behind and expand the sword alliance to Stellar City. So long as she had sufficient funds, Yi Luyun definitely had the ability to gain a foothold for the sword alliance in Stellar City. Yi Luyun nodded, turned around, and left. Once Yi Luyun left, Yang Yi opened his grasp and there were 3 spatial rings there. They naturally belonged to the 3 old men had just killed. Yang Yi hadn't wanted to kill in Stellar City because he wasn't familiar with the place and didn't want to cause trouble. After all, his main objective was to return to the radiant dimension. However, those old men wanted to look for trouble with him. Since they acted like that, he would naturally not hold back. Yang Yi glanced through their contents. There were 10,000 divine crystals or 1 million violet crystals within them. 1 million violet crystals could be considered to be a huge amount, and he would definitely feel extremely excited in the past. Yet now, had just won 100,000 divine crystals just now. Besides divine crystals, there were quite a few other miscellaneous items like techniques and treasures. However, they weren't able to arouse Yang Yi's interest. Everything he wore was at the void rank at the very least. It could be said that treasures beneath the void rank were beneath him. But while they were beneath him, he could give them to Yi Luyun to be sold for some divine crystals. Yang Yi put the spatial rings away, glanced at the surroundings, and then summoned a Voider Realm sword servant. Head had 5 of them, but when Su Qingshi and the others decided to stay on Dark Hell Continent, Head left 2 to them in order to guarantee their safety. So, he only had 1 left with him. Yang Yi ordered it to guard the door before he sat cross-legged on the ground, and then he entered the primordial pagoda. He intended to cultivate. As always, he didn't want to waste even a moment. Even though Head attained the Emperor realm and his strength had improved tremendously in all aspects, it was still far insufficient to him. Moreover, Head rushed a little when advancing into the Emperor realm that day. So, for the sake of preventing his foundation from becoming unstable, he hadn't just been cultivating lately, had been ceaselessly solidifying his foundation. Yang Yi attached great importance to his foundation. It was like building a tower. If the foundation wasn't solid, it might be fine in the beginning, but problems would arise incessantly as time went by, and those problems would grow more and more obvious. In the end, the tower might collapse. So, he couldn't act carelessly when dealing with his foundation. Time trickled by. 2 days later, Yang Yi returned to the world outside. 2 days had passed in reality, but 20 days had passed in the primordial pagoda. It was a difference of 10 times. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Yang Yi was very well aware that if news of it were to spread, the experts of this universe would definitely come looking for him. Just thinking about being chased by countless experts made a chill run down Yang Yi's spine. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Yi Luyun walked in. Yang Yi asked, "Has the teleportation formation been repaired?" She nodded. "It has. Our forces are ready and can set out at any moment." Yang Yi nodded, and then he pointed at the Void Realm Sword Servant. "It'll stay with you. Be careful in the city." Yi Luyun asked, "Is the Radiant Dimension dangerous?" Yang Yi replied, "I don't know. I don't know anything about the Alliance of Guardians." Yi Luyun asked, "I've sent our forces to investigate. Do you want to wait for the information before going?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No, I don't want to wait anymore. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked out of the room and Yi Luyun quickly followed him. After they left Divine Sky Pavilion, Yi Luyun led them to the teleportation platforms in Stellar City. However, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the distance when they were about to enter the teleportation formation, and it charged rapidly towards them. It was a hostile aura. The profound energy within Lin Qian and the others started to circulate. It didn't take long for a black-robed old man to appear before them. A semi-deity. The old man's gaze descended upon Yang Yi. "I was almost too late. You're the one who took something from my Alliance of Guardians and killed our experts, right?" Yang Yi asked. "You're from the Alliance of Guardians?" The old man spoke fiercely. "Kid, you stole from us and spoiled our plans? You caused our army to be unable to get to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region in time. Moreover, you even made me travel through numerous stellar regions to come look for you. You..." When the old man spoke up to this point, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. Wham! A sword howl resounded while a ray of sword energy shot out from Yang Yi's ancient sheath. The true form of Heavenrend. After he swung his sword, Yang Yi just walked towards the teleportation formation while he spoke. "Don't waste time. Let's go." The others glanced at the black-robed old man, and then hurriedly followed Yang Yi into the teleportation formation. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man seemed like a statue and didn't move a muscle. Hiss! A few breaths of time later, his body split open from the center. Chapter 1369 Radiant Dimension. I'm back. Actually, Yang Yi really wanted to leave intact corpses behind and refine them into sword servants. However, the true form of Heavenrend was too strong. So, his enemies were either obliterated or sliced into two. He felt that it was quite a pity. After all, a semi-deity realm sword servant would be extremely useful. After Yang Yi's group entered the teleportation formation, Yi Luyun glanced at the surroundings, and a smile curled up on the corners of her lips before she turned around and left. "How strong?" A voice resounded abruptly once Yi Luyun left, and then an old man and a beautiful woman appeared not too far away. It was Nan Gongqin. Both of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The old man spoke solemnly. "His strength can be ranked in the top 20 of the dragon rankings." The top 20? Nan Gongqin's pupils constricted slightly. What did the top 20 represent? There were thousands of worlds in this universe, so how many people lived in it? Even if ordinary people were excluded, there were countless geniuses in this universe. But Yang Yi was able to be ranked in the top 20 of them. Actually, not to mention the top 20, even the top 100 was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, the old man added, "He executed an extremely powerful sword technique, and it's definitely above the void rank." The greater a technique is, the harsher its requirements and the greater the difficulty to cultivate it is. That sword technique stresses upon explosive force, the explosive force at the instant his sword is drawn. It's extremely powerful to the point that ordinary people can't endure it at all, but he was completely fine. If I'm not wrong, his body is definitely at an extremely terrifying level. He cultivates both the sword and body. Both the sword and body. Nangong Chin's beautiful brows were pressed slightly together. He's a body cultivator as well? The old man nodded. He should be. Nangong Chin's face grew even more solemn. A formidable sword cultivator was extremely terrifying, especially a sword cultivator with sword intent at an extremely high rank, just like Yang Yi. They'd naturally discerned Yang Yi's sword intent. It was above the void rank, and just that was extremely rare. Especially at Yang Yi's age. But Yang Yi hadn't just comprehended sword intent above the void rank, had comprehended void rank slaughter intent as well. Besides dual intents, he was a body cultivator as well. A monstrous genius. That was what Nangong Chin thought. Meanwhile, the old man added, while our merchant group doesn't fear such geniuses, it's best not to offend them. If a genius like him doesn't fall, then he'll definitely become an extraordinary expert. So, it would be even better if we can get on friendly terms with him. After all, we are merchants who do business. Thus, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to become friends with someone who would become an extraordinary expert in the future. The old man paused briefly and continued. Second young miss made quite a mistake this time. A mistake? Nangong Chin grinned. She's extremely smart. With her discerning ability, she naturally discerned Yang Yi's potential. The true reason why she proposed that Yang Yi should withstand 10 moves from Elder Sun was to form a friendship with Yang Yi. If Yang Yi lost, she could act magnanimously and not pursue the matter, and that would make Yang Yi extremely grateful. But she hadn't expected Yang Yi's strength to be at such a level. The smile on Nangong Chin's face grew wider when she spoke up to this point. Besides that, she absolutely didn't expect Yang Yi's temper to be like that. Actually, in the end, she severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength. If she knew Yang Yi's true strength from the beginning, then she would have definitely not treated Yang Yi in that way. No matter what, it's a good thing for us. The old man replied. Indeed. Nangong Chin smiled. Let's go see Luyun. She's new here, so she definitely needs help with many things. As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Chin and the old man vanished on the spot. Sky River Stellar Region. The Radiant Dimension. An earth-shaking battle had once occurred in the Radiant Dimension. That battle was naturally the battle where Lady Yang Yi and the Nether Pavilion fought the Alliance of Guardians. It was also that battle which allowed the entire Radiant Dimension to gain knowledge of the Nether Pavilion's strength. It turned out that the Nether Pavilion was much stronger than they'd ever imagined. Even though Yang Yi had vanished, the Nether Pavilion was still here. Logically speaking, no one should dare to bully White Deer Academy. But surprisingly, from a year ago, practically all the powers of the Radiant Dimension were attacking White Deer Academy, and it was especially so for the evil faction. Under the evil faction's lead, the 4 great clans of the Radiant Dimension joined the group that was attacking White Deer Academy. Presently, White Deer Academy was holding on with its last breath. Why could it do so? Because every single time White Deer Academy was about to be completely crushed, the Nether Pavilion's forces would arrive and fight the forces of the evil faction. Even though White Deer Academy avoided destruction under the Nether Pavilion's protection, it could only be described as holding on with its last breath. White Deer Academy. At this moment, White Deer Academy had less than 3,000 experts. These 3,000 people lived every day in anxiety. Because some of them died every single day. In the main hall. How many died today? Xiao Bieli sat at the seat of the host as he spoke in a low voice. He had a very exhausted expression on his face because had practically never rested since a year ago. 32. It was Xiao Ling who answered him. At this moment, she's advanced from the position of vice dean to the wife of the dean. Xiao Bieli clenched his fist slowly, and there was ghastly coldness in his eyes. Xiaoling said. Our morale isn't stable anymore. White Deer Academy had spent practically the entire year hiding in White Deer Dimension, because they would immediately vanish upon leaving the academy. Even if they didn't leave, a few dozen would still die in White Deer Dimension every single day. As for the Nether Pavilion, it would only lend a hand when White Deer Academy was really about to be destroyed. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion had never shown themselves. Suddenly, Xiaoling asked, Do you regret it? Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he understood what she meant. If he hadn't supported Yang Yi during that time, White Deer Academy wouldn't have suffered such consequences. Xiaoling was asking if he regretted his choice. A moment of silence ensued before Xiao Bieli chuckled softly. Actually, he doesn't owe us anything. If it wasn't for him, we would have been kicked out by the Law faction. Even though the situation we faced would definitely not be this terrible, it wouldn't be much better. In the end, since he joined White Deer Academy, he was a student of ours. I'm absolutely unable to sacrifice a student for the sake of the academy. Xiaoling sighed softly. I wonder how that fellow is after being exiled. Xiao Bieli chuckled. Don't worry about him. He's absolutely tenacious. That's true. Xiaoling revealed a slight smile. Because based on Yan Ye's strength and character, he would definitely not suffer a loss no matter where he went. Xiaoling seemed to have thought of something and added, The Nether Pavilion. Xiao Bieli spoke in a low voice. They seem to be planning something. Xiaoling said. They are very mysterious. Xiao Bieli nodded. Based on the Nether Pavilion's strength, they should have been able to leave the Radiant Dimension a long time ago. But they hadn't. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded throughout the entire White Deer Dimension. Xiao Bieli and Xiaoling's expressions changed drastically, and they shot out of the hall. Xiao Bieli stood in midair as he stared fixedly at the red-robed old man who stood not too far away from him. The old man was the evil faction's MOC. The old man's gaze descended onto Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli, we've been playing with all of you for a year now. Let's bring it to an end today. Xiao Bieli spoke in a low voice. MOC, I don't understand something. MOC smiled. You want to know why my evil faction is acting against you? Xiao Bieli nodded. There was no enmity between White Deer Academy and the evil faction. However, for some unknown reason, the evil faction suddenly declared war against White Deer Academy a year ago. Moreover, practically all the other powers in the Radiant Dimension had joined the evil faction's side. If it wasn't for the Nether Pavilion's help, White Deer Academy would have been annihilated by now. Amosia smiled. It's naturally because of Yang Yi. Xiao Bieli frowned. Yang Yi? I don't remember him offending your evil faction. Amosia replied. While he hasn't offended my evil faction, he offended the Alliance of Guardians. Xiao Bieli, the Radiant Dimension is part of Skyriver Stellar Region, and who's the owner of Skyriver Stellar Region? It's the Alliance of Guardians. Isn't he courting death by offending the owner of Skyriver Stellar Region while residing within it? We didn't crush your academy in the past because Yang Yi had the assistance of others, but those fellows can't even protect themselves now. So, all of you should vanish. Are you that sure? Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a woman appeared. She had bare feet and wore linen clothes. Nether Maiden! Xiao Bieli and the others visibly relaxed when they saw her. If the Nether Pavilion didn't lend them a hand, then White Deer Academy would really be finished. The Nether Pavilion! Amosia's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Let me see if you'll be able to protect White Deer Academy today! As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind him rippled, and it didn't take long for a group of people to appear behind him. It was the forces of the 4 great clans and some other powers in the Radiant Dimension. There weren't many and just around 100 people. But all of them were quasi-emperors. Every single one of them. The Radiant Dimension was a small world, so it couldn't tolerate the presence of emperors. So, quasi-emperors were the peak in the Radiant Dimension. 100 quasi-emperors were practically all the quasi-emperors in the Radiant Dimension. Xiaobieli and the others' expressions became quite unsightly. Nether Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clenched her fists slowly. She was about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded in her ear. "Let me!" Everyone here was stunned upon hearing that voice. Especially Xiaobieli and Shaoling Yang Yi. It was Yang Ye's voice. Sure enough, a figure that held a sheathed sword in his hand had appeared by Nether Maiden's side. "Yang Yi!" For some unknown reason, everyone from White Deer Academy seethed with excitement when they saw him. Nether Maiden gazed at him for a short while before he said, "You're back?" Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "We haven't seen each other for so long. Did you miss me?" Nether Maiden spoke indifferently. "Your skin has grown thicker." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden was about to speak when jet black clouds covered the sky, and it didn't take long for a huge eye to appear in the sky. The Eye of the Heaven Tao. Nether Maiden frowned slightly when she saw the Eye of the Heaven Tao, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "You're at the Emperor Realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "Ha! The Eye of the Heaven Tao!" Meanwhile, Amos suddenly started laughing. "I finally know what it's like for someone to forcefully try to get through death's door." "Yang Yi, are you back here to court death?" Yang Yi glanced at Amos, and then he raised his hand and pointed a finger up towards the sky. Chapter 1370. You're full of crap. Bang! As soon as his finger was pointed upwards, an explosion resounded as the Eye of the Heaven Tao exploded into bits in the sky. Everyone here froze on the spot. "It's gone! What happened to the Eye of the Heaven Tao?" Amosia's eyes were opened wide as he looked up at the sky. Even his eyeballs had almost popped out from their sockets. Amosia wasn't the only one. Besides Nether Maiden, everyone else here was visibly stunned. Why? Because besides Nether Maiden, no one had seen Yang Ye's attack clearly. All of them were just quasi-emperors, so their cultivations were too low. 3 breaths of time later, Amosia suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi. "Did you do that?" The gazes of everyone instantly descended onto Yang Yi when they heard him. At this moment, they recalled that Yang Yi seemed to have pointed up at the sky. Yang Yi didn't answer Amosia and just gazed at Nether Maiden with a smile on his face. "Are you surprised?" Nether Maiden nodded slightly and said, "I'm quite surprised indeed. Your strength isn't just a little stronger than before." Yang Yi smiled. While both of them were friends, they were competing against each other as well. Both of them had come from Profounder Continent, and fought a few times, yet it had always ended with a tie. However, he felt that his current strength was definitely capable of defeating Nether Maiden. So, he couldn't help but be a little complacent. Suddenly, Nether Maiden appeared in front of him, and tapped her finger in his direction. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he witnessed this scene. Looks like she doesn't want to admit defeat. However, it didn't take long for the smile on the corners of his mouth to stiffen, because the vitality within his body had actually started to flow away swiftly. In just a moment, had lost at least 100 years of his lifespan. Moreover, threads of death energy had appeared on him. But in just an instant, a strand of energy surged out abruptly from within him, and then the threads of death energy instantly vanished. Moreover, he felt like his body was filled with vitality, while the lifespan had just lost had returned once more. What was that? Yang Yi was astounded. "Reversal of life and death." Nether Maiden spoke flatly. "I just grasped it." "It's very formidable," said Yang Yi. He wasn't being polite. Her ability really was very formidable, or it should be called very terrifying. Lifespan was extremely important to many people, especially those experts who hadn't been able to attain a breakthrough for a very long time. Even a day of lifespan was extremely precious to them. If someone without much lifespan encountered Nether Maiden, there would be no need to fight, because she could kill that person in a moment. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, "Since you're here, then I'll leave everything to you." She fell silent for a while, and then she added, "Quickly take them with you and leave the radiant dimension once you're done." It was a voice transmission. That last bit had been sent to him via voice transmission. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Nether Maiden looked him in the eyes. Would I harm you? Yang Yi shook his head. Then do as I've said. I hope we'll meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi frowned. His intuition told him that something might be about to happen. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then 3 terrifying auras appeared there. The entire world seemed to tremble before them. Emperors! The auras of emperors! Xiaobieli and the other experts of White Deer Dimension turned ghastly pale at the sight of this. Not to mention 3 emperors, they couldn't even fight 1 emperor. Yet now, 3 emperors had actually been sent here. Meanwhile, Mosia couldn't help but laugh. Yang Yi, you really had to try and walk through Hell's Gates. You. Oem! A sword howl resounded. A ray of sword energy flashed, and it was so swift that no one could see it clearly. Hiss! They hadn't even been able to react before Mosia's head flew up into the air, and it was accompanied by a pillar of blood. It was an extremely bloody sight. Yang Yi glanced at the flying head and spoke indifferently. You were too full of crap. The other experts here stiffened on the spot. It didn't take long for them to recover from their shock, and then undisguised horror appeared in their eyes. After all, Yang Yi had killed a quasi-emperor like he was slaughtering a chicken. As for Xiaobieli and the others, they were stunned on the spot. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi's strength to actually be at such a terrifying level. After all, a quasi-emperor had been killed with such ease. Wasn't it a little too terrifying? Meanwhile, 3 emperors appeared in the sky above White Deer Dimension. Their gazes descended onto Yang Yi, and the black-robed middle-aged man who led the group spoke coldly. You destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao? Yang Yi nodded. The black-robed middle-aged man's face instantly turned gloomy. How dare you? You! His voice stopped abruptly. A moment of silence ensued, and then a blood-red mark appeared on his throat. An instant later, his head tilted to the side and rolled off his neck. All the spectators were horrified. It was worse for the others by the black-robed middle-aged man's side. Suddenly 2 more rays of sword energy flashed. But besides Yang Yi, no one else could see them. A moment of silence later, the heads of the other 2 men tilted to the side and rolled off their necks just like the first middle-aged man. 3 emperors had been killed in an instant. Everyone here was flabbergasted. At this moment, their minds were completely blank. However, it didn't take too long for the members of the 4 great clans to instantly recover from their shock. Because Yang Yi was looking at them. They were horrified when they saw Yang Yi look at them. They wanted to flee, but no one dared to do that. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the beautiful women from the Mu clan. He naturally recognized her because she was the woman, AQing, that Elder Mu had asked him to find. Moreover, had even asked Yang Yi to annihilate the Mu clan if she was dead. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he said, People from the Mu clan can move aside. The beautiful woman heaved a sigh of relief when she heard him, and then she hurriedly led the others from the Mu clan to the side. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the Zhuge clan. Who's Zhuge Yun? A breath of time passed after Yang Yi finished speaking, and then a woman finally stepped forward. Yang Yi flicked a scroll over to her. Your older brother, Zhuge Shinma, asked me to give it to you. The woman's body trembled slightly, and then she said, He's dead, right? Yang Yi nodded. Move aside. She took the scroll, glanced at him, and then moved to the Mu clan's side. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Zhuge clan hurriedly stepped forward. Young brother Yang, it was our mistake. Well, leave right now and guarantee to never offend White Deer Academy. It's too late now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. Hiss! The Zhuge clan's patriarch's head flew up into the air, and the heads of the other cultivators from the Zhuge clan flew up as well. The others here were horrified by the sight of this. Flee! They didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. However, how could they be faster than Yang Yi's sword? Those that fled the quickest were the first to die. It was a slaughter. Shrill cries resounded incessantly, and heads flew up incessantly. Pillars of blood were surging up incessantly into the air, and the surroundings were filled with blood. The Mu clan's experts turned ghastly pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble from the sight of this. Xiaobieli and the others were shocked by the scene before them, as they hadn't expected Yang Yi to carry out such a slaughter. In less than 10 breaths of time, around 100 heads had left their bodies, and no one had been able to escape. After Heaven's gravestone absorbed all the blood here, Yang Yi withdrew Heaven's gravestone back into his body, and then he gazed at the Mu clan. All the experts of the Mu clan couldn't help but take a step backwards, and the legs of some even started shivering. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman, Aqing, and he said, "Elder Mu was very good to me, and I would have died on many occasions if it wasn't for him. He can be considered as the only true master I've had in my life. You're someone he cares about, so you and the Mu clan can live." He owed Elder Mu a huge debt, so he would naturally not harm someone Elder Mu cared about. The experts of the Mu clan heaved sighs of relief. They didn't know who Yang Yi was talking about, nor did they want to know who Elder Mu was. All they did know was that they could live. "Thank you." The beautiful woman spoke in a low voice while her clenched fists finally relaxed. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't nervous. After all, Yang Yi was too terrifying when he started killing. Yang Yi said, "Go back home." The beautiful woman nodded and glanced at Yang Yi. She seemed to want to ask him something, but she didn't in the end. She expressed her gratitude again, and then led the forces of the Mu clan away. Meanwhile, Zhuge Yun asked, "Why did you spare me?" Even though the Zhuge clan's experts had been completely slaughtered, her expression was extremely calm, and she showed no signs of anger. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't dare to do so. She was no fool. She knew that her head would fly up into the air if she dared to reveal any anger. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her. "I knew your brother," Zhuge Yun asked. "What else did he say?" Yang Yi replied, "He told me not to have any thoughts about you." Zhuge Yun was at a loss for words. "Go on." As soon as Yang Yi finished, Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuge Yun glanced at Yang Yi, and then she turned around and left. Once Zhuge Yun left, Xiaobieli arrived by Yang Yi's side. Suddenly, he frowned, looked up at the sky, and then remained silent for an instant before he asked, "Are you confident?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Where's Yishi?" "I didn't see her here," Xiaobieli replied. "She's in closed-door cultivation." Yang Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when an extremely formidable aura suddenly descended from the sky. Xiaobieli's voice trembled. Is that a voider?" It didn't take long for an old man to float down from the sky. Yang Yi's face instantly fell when he saw the old man. It was that exact same old man who'd fought Lady that day, and he was a true voider who'd comprehended the laws of time. As soon as he saw Yang Yi, the old man's face became gloomy as well. "It's you!" Eyes blaze with hatred when enemies face each other. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.